Hello and welcome everyone. Get ready, the virtual collaboration experience begins right now with a special keynote interview with Rochelle Richardson from Avixa. Hello and welcome everyone to the keynote kickoff for the virtual collaboration experience. And I am so thankful to have with me Rochelle Richardson, who is the Senior Vice President of Exposition and Event Services with Avixa. And I'm Michael Lisi with Wolf Vision. Rochelle, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Michael, for the opportunity to join you and the discussion for VCX, the Virtual Collaboration Experience. This is a great opportunity, of course, to provide you and what you're doing with VCX to provide a full day of online live streaming, interviews and panel discussions with experienced leaders in the Pro AV industry. So I think it's wonderful. And I absolutely love that you refer to the VCX as the virtual tailgate party the day prior to InfoComm 2020 Connected.
That's right. Well, something as awesome as InfoComm Connected needs a tailgate party, don't you think? So let's get everyone together and have a good time before the show officially starts. I know your time is super valuable and you got a lot going on for the launch of the Connected experience. So let's just dive right in. I know for the sake of our audience, maybe you could briefly tell us a little bit about the Avixa organization. I know many of us are well acquainted with it, but for the sake of those who may be joining us for the first time, can you tell us a little bit about Avixa?
Absolutely. And first, we both have a lot going on these days, right? With you launching VCX, of course, today, and then, of course, the InfoComm Connected. But a little bit about the Avixa organization, which I hope many that are watching this are familiar, but for those that may not be familiar, Avixa is the Audiovisual and Integrated Experience Association. We produce InfoComm US, which I am responsible for, plus we produce several other trade shows around the world. You might not have known this, but Avixa was established in 1939, and we have grown to, over the years to encompass more than 11,000 enterprise and individual members, including manufacturers, system integrators, dealers, distributors, consultants, programmers, live events companies, technology managers, content producers, multimedia professionals from more than 80 different countries. And Avixa, actually, what we purpose to do is to be the trusted hub of information, as well as the catalyst for growth for the AV industry. We offer a destination of community, as well as resources in AV standards, education, certification, as well as market intelligence.
Okay, and so then I guess I want to talk more on the experiential side. What kinds of activities does Avixa put on throughout the year? How are you engaging in these various channels day by day?
Yeah, that's so interesting that you should ask that, because with the staff of over 200 worldwide, Avixa provides a number of opportunities for our community at large. We use trade shows, of course, to create experiences for the industry, to converge, to connect, to learn, inspire, and get certified, and have the opportunity to join as members. And there's so much more, of course, that we do. There's also the opportunity for our members to showcase their innovation and design and solutions for the industry. Our staff and the Avixa ambassadors bring industry awareness and share market intelligence research around the world. You know, we have all of this underneath of the Avixa umbrella, but of course now we're venturing out to introduce Connected. This will provide us the opportunity to extend content and make it available. We also have members from around the world that will be able to come together in this virtual experience to see and experience live presentations, share and exchange ideas, and connect one-to-one and one-to-many in an environment 24/7, 365.
Wow. So, okay, I guess we have to dive into it because everyone's eager to know. Let's talk about this Connected experience, because truly, yeah, the North America's largest Pro AV show is now virtually accessible, and it always has been in the form of there's ways to engage it virtually, but nothing like what you've done. So I'd like to talk about that a little bit before we dive in. Kind of what was the thinking behind coming up with the InfoComm Connected experience? How did you frame this from an ideation standpoint? and what were the main goals when you came up with this event?
It's interesting that you should ask that because, it was for us at Avixa, and I say us, we at Avixa, when we look at others in the industry, our members, um, individuals that participate in different services that we provide, everyone unanimously, I would say, for the most part, we just couldn't imagine anything or a year without there being an Infocom. And while
I
we
don't think
were
many
all
could.
very, I'm sorry?
I said I don't think many of us could imagine what that would be like.
Yeah. You and I spoke a little bit earlier about, there's just nothing like the experience of seeing all of the amazing innovation and technology and solutions up front, up close, to be able to feel and experience that as you peruse or walk through a trade show floor. But while we were all very cognizant of the fact that there was this need to cancel the in-person event, we recognized that we had participants, we had staff, we had our membership, that we needed to make the right decision in the face of COVID-19.
Good day. My name is George Hollis, and I'm the Regional Sales Manager for Wolf Vision US in the Mid-Atlantic region. The topic we'll be discussing is what resellers need in order to create compelling AV as a service offerings. Joining us today is Frank Pelkoffer, Mike Gleason, Michael Fornander, and Tom LeBlanc. Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. Let's get started by first just posing the question, what is AV as a service? Tom, would you like to start off?
Oh, good. I get the easy one.
Yep, you get the easy one.
So, I mean, a lot of integration companies that, we deal with, I'm at NSCA and, we deal with integration company owners and talk to them on a regular basis. And, for a lot of companies, a traditional sale is project-based and product-based. So, the money up front and here's your solution and let us know how we can help you down the line. Whereas AV as a service is obviously a different structure. It's more like a rental situation, like you're, getting your cable equipment from the cable provider. So you're not necessarily purchasing the equipment, you're procuring the equipment and paying for it on a monthly basis. And along those lines, you're getting assurance of good service, you're getting assurance of updated equipment and consistent quality. And for a lot of customers nowadays who don't want to shell out a lot of money for a project at the beginning of a project, it makes a lot of financial sense and also a lot of business sense. So that's my overview of AV as a service.
Okay. Anybody have anything to add?
Yeah, I would say from my standpoint, sorry, Mike, I saw you muted. I'll take it quick. For us as well, it's about that experience as well. It's like taking those services we all subscribe to now, and they're always working, they're always upgrading, and they're providing an experience for the user. And it's no longer just this, we've dropped in, installed a system, and we're gone. It's a relationship of how they stitch those solutions into their overall workflow and the consistency provided in that.
Yeah, and I always kind of answer the question by starting off saying what it's not. It's not just taking a capital project and starting to bill them monthly. It's not selling equipment and now I'm going to make a lease. It's not turning a maintenance contract and then sending out monthly invoices. The rest of the world out there, they look at AWS, they look at O365, they look at Salesforce, even to Tom's point, your cable box. Like that's as a service. And so someone else owns it, they manage, they upgrade it. And, at the end of the day, I think one of the biggest challenges in the AV market is really trying to align what you're looking to do to what the rest of the IT world's been doing forever. So if you try to take, a traditional service you have and just add a little spin to it and then tell them, well, that's AV as a service, they're going to laugh you right out the door. So you've got to align to the principles of the IT world to be successful.
And I
Go ahead, Frank. I'm sorry.
I actually like Tom's analogy, the cable box. I'm not buying a cable box. I'm not buying a modem. I'm buying network connectivity and PBS. I'm buying an outcome, not a thing. And so in that way, there's really no relation to like a lease. I hear a lot of, people, oh, it's just like a lease. It's, I don't think you could be further from the truth. And so kudos to the analogy there, Tom, because it's very similar to that.
What are the advantages for the end user, for your customers, to look at AV as a service, say over the traditional way of doing it? I'll let anybody take that one. I apologize.
I'll jump in. When the guys on the call who are actually selling these can obviously expand on my perception of it. But to me, I mean, the assurance of quality. All right, so because I think the word outcome was just used, and for customers, what they're looking to achieve when they go out and get technology from an integration firm, they're not as into the technology as the salesperson who's trying to sell it to them is. What they're into is the business outcome. They're into the metrics that they might be able to achieve. It's not about, a particular feature of a UCC system. It's more about the impact it's going to have on meeting efficiency, on reduction of travel time, on improved customer retention, those are the business outcomes that customers are, or the types of business outcomes that customers are looking for. And when they enter an as a service scenario with an integrator, I feel like there's more of a nurtured approach to making sure that outcome is achieved. So now the integrator has entered a close relationship with that company, an ongoing relationship where if something isn't working, the integrator gets a chance to address it for the customer, and the customer has continuous opportunity to communicate any issues, positive or negative, to the integrator. And I feel like that outcome remains, sort of top of mind for both the customer who's entering the as a service contract and the integrator who's delivering it. And I feel like that's a big benefit for the customer in the end.
Okay.
When you refer to that, I totally agree with you. Reciprocally, there's a new onus on the part of the managed services provider, which is continual selling. Because when you're in a subscription, your risk as an integrator is not realizing because the profit comes downstream, right? And so if your managed service is not, up to par, if you're not continually selling, continually conveying the value that you're delivering, when it comes time to really reap the rewards of a subscription, that customer may choose to vote and subscribe to someone else's service. So there's a real onus there to keep it going. It is a continual feedback loop, and I don't think that could be understated.
Yeah, and I think if you look at actually the times we're in right now, when as we're slowly getting back to the office, people are not going to just start spending tons of money on capital projects. They're looking to hold on to the cash longer. They're looking to say, okay, I need to get back to work. I need to have collaboration tools. But at the same time, I'm not going to go put a whole bunch of, equipment and going to do these types of things. So as much as we're in very trying times, I think, all the integrators right now, this is a huge opportunity for everybody to get into this service if you're not already into it, because this is the way that people are going to be consuming. This is the way they want to consume moving forward, especially until we get out of this recession, which isn't happening anytime soon.
Michael, you have anything to add?
Yeah, probably the only other thing I'd add is the idea that behind this subscription model and this non-ownership is that standardization too, right? Is consistently wrapping across all the organization rooms a similar interface, a similar solution. And as to someone's point, they really don't care what the black box is. They care how it stitches into their workflow and their just their required.
Frank, I'm going to come back around to something that you had said. And the question was, what's the benefit to the customer? I used to be I used to be on the integration side many years ago when it was selling that box that you were speaking of, Michael, and just putting it in and then making it work. And you'd sell those warranties and you'd sell some extended service. But can you guys talk a little bit about really the relationship building that you have with the customer because of an AV as a service versus what I always think is a really quick way to get a disconnect from the customer by just installing a system and walking away?
Well, in any as a service model, churn is a KPI, and that's the nomenclature and the KPI. So exactly what I was saying in my prior comment. You cannot have customers churn away from your subscription, which means you have to deliver, and you have to deliver every single month the outcome. And if there's something going south, which happens, you have to have the infrastructure in place to make it rapid. If my cable box is going south, I don't know if it's the cable box or their connection. I don't know what it is. I just know I'm not watching my PBS show and I've got a problem. They're pretty darn good about having 24/7, support, being able to remotely reboot devices. I mean, I've lived it here in my own office. And there's a significant cost in creating a support system associated with that. There's a significant cost with carrying the financial burden of subscription-based equipment, because I'm selling an outcome, but I still need equipment to realize that. And Michael and I were talking about this last week, that I say if you're a $20 million AV integrator that wants to turn into a $20 million as managed services provider, you probably need 40 to $60 million of capital sitting there. And there's companies that, assist with this, but you better have a plan. You better be using the right nomenclature. You better be able to convince them that you're worth financing, because the fastest way to go broke is move from a capital-based business to a subscription-based business. It's going to happen one brick at a time, and there's no fast way to make the transition. I would add to that, if you don't maniacally commit to the transition, you're going to live in that dreaded middle ground where some of your projects are not subscription based, and some of your projects are capital based, and that's where the whole momentum of both models slows down. Mm-hmm. And so you've got to say, my canteens are full, my backpack is ready, and here we go. And it's a commitment, and you got to cross the the valley of the shadow of death. But when you get to the other side, there are companies like Mike's. I mean, they're experiencing rapid growth. They're hiring because they've got a huge, book of business that's all subscription based. It's the vast majority of their revenues, and that's what we look for in partners here at Utelligent.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the biggest opportunity we all have is just the stickiness with the client. Tom did a good job talking about the business outcome. You have the ability now to create an incredible end user experience. What I mean by that is, when you're monitoring somebody's environment 24/7, 365, you've implemented the equipment, you know everything about it. You can actually have business conversations about them, because you're looking at all the different rooms you're monitoring and managing and saying, hey, let me tell you exactly where your adoption is at. Let me tell you what type of services you're consuming, what you're not consuming. You're providing them more data analytics than they've ever had before. You're no longer the person that, okay, they installed this widget in the room, and when it breaks, I call the guy, and the guy comes out in his trucks and he fixes it. You're actually becoming a partner with that organization, to showing them how they're consuming the technology and how it's running their business. It raises you to a much higher level than just being a vendor for them.
Yeah, really, it places the technology in the background too, right, Mike? I mean, it becomes, again, a tool within the workplace, and something that they just know they walk in and rely on, because you've already identified a problem the night before, fixed it before that meeting started, the next morning. So it is that just simple. It's now no longer an issue that they tackle at the beginning of every meeting, but just an assurance that it's simply a tool they utilize in their business.
Yeah, I mean, stickiness is the word I often hear, where, when an integration company, has this sort of relationship with a customer, there's that stickiness, that element where they get to continually go back to them and nurture their relationship and be there when they explore new, possibilities for their facility, or when they open up new meeting rooms, or when they open up new facilities. The integrator gets more return business because they have this stickiness in their relationship with customers. But, one thing, I think, Frank did a really good job of describing it earlier, but I think there's a risk to these conversations, because as an industry, I think we tend to romanticize, the nature of an as a service or managed services or recurring revenue relationship with customers, because it is that great opportunity to have that recurring income, and it is that great opportunity to have that stickiness with customers. But there is so much risk and involves so much commitment for a company that has to make that transition from the project-based revenue model to more of a recurring monthly service-based revenue model. NSCA talks to a lot of companies that kind of go through this. Some do it really well, and others don't. The ones who do it really well are the ones that really fully commit, spending over a year trying to rewrite sales contracts and restructure their service department, and and retrain their sales team and work with the legal department to, to get in place all dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. And I think these are the real challenges that I think often get overlooked when, the issue is sort of romanticized in this industry. And I think we all can relate to, reading articles and going to conferences where everyone's like, snap your fingers and, explore these service revenue models. And it's just not that easy.
Yeah, I think Tom hits on a good point. When you've been doing as a service for a while, you know what an SLA is, and you know what your clients hold you to SLAs. And when you have monthly calls with them to go through all the tickets and things of that nature, and you're talking about SLAs, if you don't have, the knock in place, and you don't have the software that can actually see what's going on, and you can't match those SLAs, you're going to go broke really quick, because people will stick you to those SLAs, and they're going to expect you to be able to handle it. And they will also say, okay, show me all the data of what happened and show me how you responded to it. And it's no longer that relationship where they just call you up and you send out a guy when they're available. You have to have the infrastructure in place, or you're gonna go down quickly.
And here's a risk, I think, to the AV industry. And I used to have an integration company here in Silicon Valley. We were small, 10 million, gourmet, but I'm familiar with the whole model. And I would suggest that, like the telcos, when we went from digital PBXs to voice over IP, it was the IT VARs that picked up the vast majority of that business. And that is happening now. And what we're seeing at Utelogy is kind of the tip of the spear for the Fortune 10,000s globally, being the Tata, the ATT, the Vodafone, British Telecom, the big telcos, who then are white labeling services to the large AV integrators. But who's taking the money off the table? The subscription-based things. And then those mid-market companies like Mike's, they're the ones that are picking off, 2,000 room contracts, in the mid-market. And then the smaller integrators, there's a huge opportunity. But if you don't make the transition, then I think margins are going to shrink even further for you. The pool of competitors is going to be even larger. And all you're going to be is an installer of someone else's cable box, if we continue the analogy, right? And it's a downward spiral that is not going to change, in my opinion. So, it's got to be tough to be an AV integrator, because you've got to make the change, or you're relegated to even smaller margins, and that's not a good place to be.
I'm curious. You've actually touched on a lot of topics that I was going to ask about, so I appreciate that. But I want to expand on it a little bit. Tom, you had mentioned about the infrastructure and what you need, and the legal issues that you need to go through in the time frame. And Frank, I think you're right. It's dangerous for an AV company that's not trying to pursue this. And obviously, over the last 10 years, you've seen more and more AV companies merge with IT companies. It's becoming very, it's happening everywhere. Say you are that smaller company. Say you are that $10 to $20 million a year company that doesn't have that in place. What do you need to do to make that happen? And can you do it on your own? Can an AV company that does 10 million a year do it on their own? And how would they go about doing it? How do they offer that service to their customers? Or AV as a service?
Of course they can. And there's 100 ways to achieve that, or at least several. Were it me, knowing what I know now, I would actually start a separate company, and I would hire people that understand the sales process. I would hire an operations, a GM, or some sort of executive level person that's been there and done that, and as a service. And I wouldn't try to change the culture of my AV and the AV, museums and things like that, live events. That's not going away. That, I think, is still going to be traditional AV. But those law firms with a few dozen rooms, for the smaller integrator, hospitals, there's plenty of conference rooms and small businesses, and that is a ripe opportunity. But were it me, I would start a wholly separate business, and then I would procure all of my AV from my integrated side, and the two would compete with each other, but it would be a maniacal focus. And you use the word try, George. Anybody that does the word try, don't invest in that company, because like Yoda said, do or do not. There is no try. You must commit, or it's a slow bleed out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely say it's going to take you a while to build it. And I think, use your network, build partnerships with companies. Believe me, at Netrix, we've been doing AV as a service for over 6 years now. You know what? We had to look at everything from how's our sales reps going to be comped, to how we're going to meet this SLA, to how do we build this as a national and a global, plan. So, you're not going to be able to do it overnight. There's the financial aspect, there's the knock aspect, there's the expertise. You're going to have to also know the networking side of the house. So I would say, talk to people that have done it, partner where you can. A lot of companies out there, you can partner to handle a good portion of it. Focus on what you do well. Don't jump in without doing a lot of background and talking to people that have done it before, because you'll learn really quickly this isn't an easy thing. But it is a massive opportunity. There's a ton of opportunity, and clients are wanting this in our industry. Faster we can get there, the better it's going to be, because they are wanting it. We just have to deliver it to match the same thing as the IT world is used to. And you'll be, as Tom said, stickier with that client than you've ever seen before.
Yeah, and Frank also mentioned tolerance to revenue, right? I mean, a company of a certain size now, with this type of transition, can't expect to maybe come out the same, the following year at a same revenue or a growth revenue, because it is an altogether different model as well. So there's that idea of going to a monthly reoccurring versus an overall capital expenditure kind of revenue model that a lot of AV companies and owners are used to.
I'm curious. Oh God, I'm sorry.
So I was just going to say, in terms of, smaller companies and how they can make that transition, is it possible for them? You can probably predict what I'd say, working for NSCA, National Systems Contractors Association. One of the big priorities that NSCA has had over the last several years is to turn those smaller integration companies away from that project-based revenue model toward more of a service-based revenue model. So there are a lot of, resources in place to help smaller companies with that. For instance, we have this sort of a council of business resources that NSCA members can lean on, and one of them involves, financial services and, helping companies to figure out how to set up, an as a service or managed services or service-based revenue model and create the processes that they need. We have training programs to help, sort of retrain salespeople to move them away from, selling project-based or trying to add service at the end of a project-based sale, and instead, asking the right questions up front and bringing up the right topics up front to make the customer be able to understand and feel comfortable in a conversation about an as a service model. We have sales training. We actually, NSCA members have an opportunity to do a free sales training and certification program that's solely based on how to sell as a service, which is something that smaller companies can take advantage of. So I think there are a lot of resources. Nobody's saying it's easy, but there are a lot of resources. Also, the NSCA network is pretty cool, because you can, there's a community in which you kind of lean on companies who have been through this successfully or unsuccessfully to learn how to make, not make the same mistakes that other companies have made.
Tom, I totally agree. And while it's a very expensive proposition for a software publisher, so we're a platform at Utelogy that's the foundation for an as a service model. And there's others out there, if you're an integrator trying to make the transition, you'll have to find something you're going to build your services offering upon. But we're here to also help people make the transition. When we founded this company in '09, it was for the sole purpose of trying to save the AV industry, because I lived through the telecom crash in 2001 here in Silicon Valley, and that was in large part, although not exclusively, premised on the whole voice over IP and the IT VARs coming in and taking that business. And Mike talks about AV as a service in his company for the last 6 years. What he didn't tell you is that for years and years and years and years, they've been, desktop as a service, access points as a service, voice over IP as a service, UC as a service. I mean, they're an IT VAR. And they said, we're coming in, this AV space is wide open, and it's the last of the low voltage industries to make the transition. For whatever reason, here we are. So Utology is here to help and coach and guide as well.
Very good. Guys, I want to talk to you guys actually a little bit longer because I have other questions as well. But unfortunately, I've got the cue that we need to wrap it up. So I really want to thank all of you. I really appreciate Tom, Frank, Mike, Michael. Thank you for your time. And we really appreciate you joining us today.
Great to be here.
Thanks, George.
Please join us at 1 o'clock. You're going to have a choice of different topics coming up. First, how to use social media to promote your company's offerings and influence your target markets. We're going to be joined by Chris Netto, Paul Richards, and Melanie Cragmile. We also have mistakes to avoid when deploying, managing lecture capture solutions. And joining us for that topic will be Michael Dannenberg, Andy Bortz, Randy Tritz, and Mike Rich. And finally, also at 1 o'clock, you have a choice of mistakes to avoid when designing post-COVID-19 meeting spaces. And joining us for that topic will be Michael Goldman and Josh Schrago. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a great day.
Hello and welcome. It is with great pleasure that I present to you two people that need absolutely no introduction in our industry. Joining us from Massachusetts, principal at CDA, Consultant Design, Communication Design Associates, Michael Goldman. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, Michael, prior to joining CDA, you spent, just about 14 years with Crestron, ending up as an executive director for enterprise strategies and development. And prior to that, it was when you and I met first. You were VP of sales at Crimson Tech in Wilmington, Massachusetts. Quite a resume. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And from across the country, just outside of San Francisco, Josh Strago. Welcome. Josh is a JD candidate and law clerk at Santa Clara University, founder of Sound Reason, tech policy writer and speaker, formerly editor-at-large at AV Nation Media. What a conversation we are going to have, guys.
Yeah,
welcome,
thanks for
Josh.
having me. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's hearing that read to me is kind of odd at this point because it's like, oh, right. I've done those things too. I forgot about that.
Wait, but there is more. Didn't you manage AV engineering at the integration firm as well?
Yeah, I mean, in my career, I ran a corporate facility. I worked for a manufacturer. I did engineering for a contractor, and I worked as a consultant. So I've sort of been all over the place.
And that's fantastic because this is exactly what we need to tackle an interesting topic. So we are going to talk about mistakes to avoid when designing post-COVID-19 meeting spaces. And before we jump right to it, let me preface, this is an uncharted territory. I mean, nobody knows what question to even ask. And I hope that people who are listening to us today or will listen to us after today at least learn what to look out for and what to consider when they are building or creating their plan. And what I would like to touch today on is 4 separate kind of disciplines. Let's talk about policies. Let's talk about people and the employee experience. Let's talk about building and maybe building security. And at the end, let's see how technology figures to all of it. So let's get started. Josh, I'll throw it right to you. Do we need new policies in the new world?
Yes, we do. We very much do. This is, as you said, this is uncharted waters. We don't really have any contingency plans for these. We've never faced anything like this. So when you're starting to look at trying and relating this back to designing new technology systems, because that is the goal. The end game of this is how are we going to integrate and how are we going to play with technology and how does technology fit into this? But you have to start with what is the new company policy? Are you going to be simplistic and put tape on the floor? Are you going to remove chairs from offices? What policies are you going to implement for your employees in terms of how they're going to come back to work? Are you only going to allow for a 40% capacity, a 50% capacity, 20% capacity? How many people are you going to allow in the office? What is your policy and procedure for how do you structure that scheduling? How do you talk about a meeting room being in use or not in use or needing to be cleaned? And starting to put these things in place of you really have to go back and reconsider what you're doing, how you've always used your space and say, can we keep doing this? If not, how does this have to change? If it has to change, what do we have to address and how do we have to inform a new policy and provide that information to the employees as to how they're going to interact with these new spaces?
That's interesting. Is it human resources and facilities people becoming the most important people in a corporation? What do you think, Michael?
Well, I think they're going to become, they've always been important, but I think they're going to be even more so. Especially HR. I mean, years ago, there was a big focus in the real estate and facilities side of the house, and that's who AV professionals would work with. And at some point there was a shift and everybody started focusing on the IT department. at the end of the day, the IT department are really solving business challenges with technology. And the new challenge or the new wrinkle here is that companies have operated a certain way, and now there's been a pause. And in order to pick up business and restart business again and go back to the office, we need to rethink, can we follow the same rules like Josh said or not? And the people that set those rules are typically going to come from the HR side, right? Because not only do they have to set the rules, but then we need to come up with a way to manage and enforce the rules and figure out what to do if the rules don't work. And then the other piece that's really interesting to this is whether it's the sales leaders or the marketing leaders or even the CEO of the company, somehow you have to determine the company has a mission. In order to do it safely, we need these new policies and procedures. How does that impact upon the mission and the ability for people to get work done? You can also go even wider and more granular and say to yourself, well, we're going to cut capacity. Sure. We're going to see people in every other seat. Great. What happens when people walk in the front door? What else are you going to request and require of them? I've seen companies talking about things like, we're going to do temperature checks. I've seen companies talk about doing things like, we're going to make you sign waivers and forms, right? And as soon as people start talking about those types of things, alarm bells go off.
Big
right?
time. Because
And sorry, one last point, and then you have to also fold into that, at what point of friction that gets added back into people say, I would rather just work remote, right? So I think there's this swirl of things that need to be considered, and technology will play a role in the solution, right? But first, I think you have to start with, how are we going to go back to work? And how are we going to accomplish what it is we need to accomplish? What are the policies around it? What are the changes that our people are going to have to endure? And what gaps does that create?
that's right.
Right? Because the gap is the thing we're going to need to fill. And some people hope that, something as simple as tape or something as complex as digital signage will fill that gap. But I think it's really important to understand all the vulnerabilities and all the changes just to people and how they're going to go about doing their job before we can get down to, hey, we need to have these touchless rooms with wireless presentation, which I'm sure we do, but are we even going to have people in the building, right? There's kind of greater, higher priorities, I think, as it relates to workflow and how people get their jobs done.
So am I kind of hearing that the business owners, will have to reach out to legal minds and rewrite employment agreement based on the fact that some people may be sitting in a seat in the office and some people may be working from home? Do they fall under the same rules and regulations?
You will have to consult with attorneys. Attorneys will be involved in this process, and a lot of this will come down to how they choose to engage. And like a perfect example of this that goes to your point is Facebook. Facebook made the announcement that if everybody started saying, oh well, if I'm only working remotely and there's a permanent remote working instance set up, then I'm going to leave the Bay Area because the San Francisco Bay Area is one of the most expensive real estate markets in the country. And I'm going to take my giant Bay Area salary and I'm going to go live someplace where it's more affordable. Well, Facebook then came out and said, if you move, your salary will be commensurate with where you live. Okay. And so they were basically, it was effectively a threat that you won't just get to take the cost of living increase that comes with living in the Bay Area with you. And so companies are going to have to make decisions about things like that. Of if you can work remotely, does that mean that salaries have to be reevaluated in terms of how they're being handled? Does that mean that and as you were suggesting, does that mean that your policies for work from home? So is the expectation then work as you please? Is the expectation work in a way that best suits for you? Is the expectation that you are still logging on at 9 a.m. and you are punching out at 5 o'clock? How does that change the expectation? And finding ways to create that and adapt that, but also make it flexible enough that you can adapt to people's lifestyles and you can adapt to their changes. Because if people don't have, a great example of this is childcare. So somebody with children at home is going to have different requirements and needs for a home workspace than somebody with or without kids. It's going to be a different conversation. And so logging on at 9 a.m. may not be possible with children because you have other things that have to be taken care of. Maybe you're still homeschooling them if schools haven't reopened or schools are forced to close again, whatever it may be. So how are you going to manage your employees in those environments before you even talk about getting them back into the office? Because once you get them back into the office, then you can start to look at, well, the old rules still apply, but here's all these new rules about keeping your distances. I remember, when we were preparing for this, one of the things Michael kept hitting on was, the idea of give everybody their own thing, give them their own dongles, give them their own pens, give them their own markers, give them their own keyboards. Just everybody has their own. And it's one of those simplistic things that's a low dollar cost for a business to ensure safety. But little things like that really can be helpful.
Absolutely. I also think that communication and training are going to become really important, right? Because once new policies have been created, companies and organizations are going to need to figure out a way to message and get the information out to their people in a way that's easy and simple to digest and retain. I mean, we are all creatures of habit, and I think that tape on the floor will only go so far. And as the number of new rules stack up and the amount of change increases in a company, people are going to need a way to understand what these new rules are, and they're going to need a simple way to understand them. And I think that you're going to all of a sudden start to see a greater focus with digital marketing and communication, i.e. digital signage. And I also think that training is going to be paramount to this. And training, let's face it, we're not going to pack people into divisible rooms sitting elbow to elbow like we did in the past, right? And so now you're going to have figure out a way to train everybody in the company. And then you're probably going to need to make that information available so they can go back and watch it again. And in the old days, people would say, oh, we're going to have an 8-hour training session or a 4-hour training session.
Not going to happen.
You got to use an application. That's going to be really difficult. I think we might have to look at this as short, a few minute a video that's only a few minutes a piece on each specific topic, and then make it available for people to pull down and rewatch. And then you're going to need a way to ensure that people have watched it and people understand it. And so I think there are some additional dynamics. And again, I'll take the opportunity to say everybody's very focused on how do we make the low touch conference room. But when I look at the entire building and I look at the impact of some of the changes, I think about the fact that we need to inform people and we need to modify our workflow and go about how we communicate the information in a slightly different manner.
Absolutely. And what a great transition. So let's say that the business owners and the teams in charge figured out the policies to the extent that they can. And now we got some of our employees back to work. How does it look? What does it look like? What do employees need to have to successfully manage that transition? I mean, normally you sign your contract, you get your handbook, you have a brief training, and then maybe periodically you get put in a room with your colleagues and you get trained on something, new policy, new rule. How does it happen? Who manages that?
Well, and in the old days, you also had a desk.
Oh,
and by the old days, I mean 3 months ago, even if the company went through a densification program, right? And you went to an open or activities-based or agile, workplace, choose the word you'd like. You had a place, right? And you came in and you sat down with your computer and you did your work, even if you had to reserve the space. So let's go to the extreme. Let's say that's your environment. When the company says, okay, we're open for business and you can come back on June 15th. What does that look like when I show up as an employee? If I'm management and I have 6 floors of open seating that can be reserved, and I know that I'm putting caps on the number of people that can come in, how do I most efficiently let people know where they should go and what space they can choose from? And how do I make sure that as I'm letting people in the building, that the people that go to the first floor don't all don't all focus and gather in one particular area? I mean, I will just tell you as a personal story, I went to a very large store over the weekend, kind of like a supermarket kind of a store, and they're limiting the number of people that could get in. Makes total sense,
That's right.
right? Great. We got in, went through the door. There was nobody in the front of the room, in the front of the store. Everybody was gathered near the back in the left-hand corner of the store, and people were elbow to elbow. So that's not a great situation either. We could certainly, they're limiting the number of people that are in, but they had no way to manage or limit the traffic flow within. So think about a building for a second. I think it's going to be important. People are going to need to understand, when I show up, how do I know where I go? How do I know where I can and where I can't go? How do I know what areas are clean? How do I know what areas are not clean? How do I know how many people can sit in a conference room? Right? Because all I know is in the past, we were building, a host of 10 by 10 rooms that had 4 seats in them. Well, if you want to social distance, you're not putting 4 people in a 10 by 10 room sitting elbow to elbow. So, so I think you have to, the first thing is look at the policies. Then you have to start to build a framework for the communication and most likely the technology behind it that will allow people to most quickly understand where, how, why, and what, right? And remember, we're all creatures of habit. So repetition is going to be important. How many people are going to remember to not step over the tape once they get in the building?
Absolutely.
And one last thing that came to mind, for anybody that works in a downtown area or a major metropolitan, how about elevators? Think about this for a second. So I've spent a lot of time in my life in New York City, and buildings are crowded and elevators are packed. So now, if I'm an employee and my company has those 6 floors and I don't know where there's availability, in the old days, I would take the elevator and I'd get on the first elevator and I'd get off at the floor and I'd walk around, which is a big time sink in and of itself. Now, if I have to wait 15 minutes or 20 minutes to get into an elevator because only 8 people can go in the elevator, what's that look like and how much lost productivity is there? So I think that where the technology starts to fold in is people are going to say, gee, we need a way to understand what's happening in these environments in real time and make that data available to our people so they can be most effective. Right? So it's like, this is like the sweater, when you pull on the thread and it just starts to ravel out. But
and let me just chime in here. When we were preparing for this and I was reading a little bit more, every time I open a new article, something else jumps out at me. And like you, I've been to many big corporations in New York City or Boston or any other major cities where there are floors and floors of employees, but there is a cafeteria, there is a gym, there are water fountains every so many feet on a corridor, there is a pantry where you can come in as you please and grab. What happens to that? This could prove to be overwhelming because no one is going to figure this out overnight.
Well, yeah. So let me, I know technology is later, but let me just drop a couple of things related to technology. When you started, you said we're in uncharted waters, and that's true. And a lot of the solutions that we'll talk about are things that you could be doing today. The difference is you don't have to, or the reasons why you're doing them are maybe a little bit different than why you would roll them out in a post-COVID world. But when I think about digital signage, I start to think that digital signage becomes more and more important because that's my link. That's the link to the employees. And with things like sensors, I can give people real-time information about where they can and where they cannot go. So that's kind of important. Another thing, and you need to think about, when you think about digital signage, think about your whole building. Don't just think about, hey, I was in the elevator and there's a small LCD screen there and it's telling me the news. Think about how it will help your people to truly navigate the space and make the most out of their day. The other piece to this is that if I'm using sensors and I'm able to capture information in real time about where people are and how many people, now I can start to enforce the rules. But If I'm worried about what my office looks like, I mean, look, day one, when 25% people can come in or 50% people, I'm just worried about how do I open up shop, right? Because I've never done this before, and I say me, I'm talking as if I'm a business, a large organization. I might not want to just rush and start to rebuild out my floor or repurpose my floor. So what I really want to do is develop the policies, get them out to the people, to the team, and then be able to do some benchmarking, right? So if I'm using technology to capture information about capacity and utilization, now I can start to see the policies that I put in place, how do they align with what's really happening, right? And what's happening to the level of business. And I can capture that information so that when I get to day two, and I can make data-driven decisions about, you know what, maybe we really don't want people to sit in those cubes because they could be just as efficient and effective working remotely since we've rolled video out everywhere. And maybe I want to repurpose those cubes and turn them into meeting spaces. At least I can have some data to understand, is that a wise decision or not a wise decision? Because right now, everything is best guess and theoretical. So whatever I were to do at the beginning, once I laid out my policies, I would try and set myself up to capture information and do some benchmarking to understand the impact on my business, and am I heading in the right direction? And then once I've captured that information and I've analyzed it, I can then actually make some next layer decisions.
I completely agree. Josh, over to you, because that touches a little bit policy, and maybe not a little bit, maybe a lot. So to Michael's point, companies are developing this day one, day two, day three strategy to ensure their business continuity. Every business is individual, but I'm assuming someone makes the decision who comes back and who doesn't. And how does that affect everything?
Of course. And so there's a couple of things, there's a lot to unpack in all of this.
Exactly.
One of the things that you have to think about is understanding what the circumstances of each of your employees are. So do your employees have home internet? Are they currently sitting in a parking lot working because that's the parking lot of a library working because that's the only place where they have free Wi-Fi that allows them to function? You know, a lot of people, I mean, I'll speak to the Bay Area, like we gloss over the idea. It's like, oh, everybody's got, you know, an internet connection at home. No, they really don't. And we don't have the proper data anywhere. The FCC doesn't have it. Nobody's really got it as to how many people are actually connected and where those connections exist because of how that data has been measured traditionally. So without that data, we need to the business owners need to take stock of their employees and see who's connected at home and see who's not. Because if people can work from home, versus not being able to work from home, the people that should be invited back fastest would be the people that might not have another option. Additionally, you also have the high risk candidates that you have to factor in. So what do you do with an employee who's a high risk candidate? You know, what does
that mean?
The underlying health conditions. So are they at risk? So if there was another exposure in the office, are they more susceptible to a harsher reaction? I know you read a lot of articles about this, and it's like some people may have mild symptoms, but if you have the underlying health conditions that the CDC has warned about, you could be putting people's lives at risk. So how do you manage that circumstance? And setting up policies that might favor them and say, well, you know, you're an at-risk person because you have diabetes, as I think I'm going to use as one of the examples. So we're concerned about, you know, bringing you back into the office under these circumstances. So how are you engaging with each of these employees? But in addition to that, how do you know? Because then in order to find out if an employee is high risk, they have to be willing to give up health and personal health information to their employer to say, I don't want to come in because it's a risk for me. And so how do you manage that privacy? How do you manage that circumstance? Because you don't want your employees coming in and putting themselves at risk. And so you start to look at how do you engage these people in a way that they can still function. They're not being discriminated against simply because they don't want to put themselves at risk. And at the same time, they need to make sure that they actually have the access to do the things that they need to do. And so finding ways to support the employees through this process becomes your number one priority, because your business isn't going to function if your employees can't work from home because they don't have access. It's not going to function if they're trying to bring them in, and bringing them in might put their lives at risk. And so they're going to start looking for other opportunities, or they're going to try and find ways out of it, or they're just going to leave. They're going to quit because they don't have an option. And so you start to look at all these ways that this plays into itself, and what employers need to look at in regards to that. Additionally, once you get them into the office, let's go to Michael's point about, okay, well, let's have digital signage, and we need to know where we're going. And these are things that we should have. I know that, there are apps out there where you can you can look something up on a retailer's app. It'll tell you what store has it in stock. You'll go to that store. It will tell you what shelf it's on, and then we'll give you turn-by-turn instructions on how to get there. Is that what we need to do to enter an office space? Okay, well, if that's what we need to do.
Really an interesting point.
And so if that's what we need to do in order to make sure that we have a continuous flow as to this is the direction you go. Do you only travel one way around a building? Do certain elevators only go up? Do certain elevators only go down with people inside them? How are you managing that flow so you're not getting a lot of cross action? And at the same time, once you have that and you start implementing this, what are you doing with all of that data? Because now you're asking people to take their personal devices and give you a lot of information about themselves. And do you have a way to manage that data? Are you ensuring you're partnering with people who are treating that data ethically and responsibly? And these things just start snowballing, and you start looking at more and more partnerships and more conversations that need to take place. And we're rushing to get back, but there's a lot of questions that still have to be asked that maybe haven't been asked yet. So what are your data management policies now that you're going to track your employees? What are our policies around making sure that our employees are safe? And if they have an underlying health condition, how do they report that? Who do they report that to? And how do we keep that information secure?
Yeah.
So these are just a few things that, like, in terms of the way that policies come up in their engagement with the people, that really should be considered as to who's coming back first, if they're coming back first, or how do we support them not coming back for a while?
Well, and I think the intersection with AV is that, for our industry, the people we talk to, it's going to broaden, right? Because now we have an opportunity to go talk to a new audience. And I believe that the HR department and the legal department are going to sort out the policies and those issues. But then the HR department's going to need someone to help deploy and work up solutions. And I think that's going to be a triumvirate between real estate, IT, and AV working together, in this case, to solve HR problems, right? In the past, it's often looked at about how do we get a product to market faster? How do we sell more of something, right? And we're, with our collaboration rooms, where we're solving, sales team or revenue producing type problems or engineering team type problems. Now, I think we're going to spend more time solving HR problems, right? So the other piece that I then have to ask myself is, within a given company, what's the culture of the organization?
Excellent.
Because look, I come out of the AV world. So to me, it was very easy for us to virtualize our company. And when I talk to other people, it's no big deal. Oh yeah, you spun up Zoom or Teams or whichever platform you're using. Yeah, you did it in 3 days. That's great. And I talked to a friend of mine who spun up hundreds of thousands of seats of a collaboration platform in like 3 days. Unheard of. And a huge, huge win, right, for the IT side. But then I asked myself, all of these people that work for the company that have never had to rely on video because their whole experience has been based on, I come into the office and I sit down and I talk to people around me, or I pick up the telephone. Now they have to rely on video. They have to use these solutions that have been rolled out remotely over the last 3 days. Where do they begin? Right. And so, I would ask myself, is the particular organization or company, are they a video first organization, or do their people not know what BYOD means? And don't laugh, because I was in a room where some folks in the medical community were on a call, and these were technical people and very high profile docs. And I heard one of them say, well, I don't understand, what is BYOD? I laughed, but I take it for granted. But remember, the people touching the products and solutions that our industry are bringing forward now are a lot wider, right? So we have to understand what's the impact to them. And I guess when I think about it, I now put it in 3 buckets. How did people work pre-COVID, right before March? How do they work now?
Yeah.
And then the $1 million question is, how will they work? Right? Because if they've adapted to the technology and you bring them back in the office, they're not going to roll it back. They're not going to stop using video. I mean, technology, the reason why you buy technology, if you do it the right way, it's a productivity multiplier, right? And so, one of the things you try to do is a business, and if I put my business owner hat on, I say to myself, okay, well, we weren't out for 3 or 4 months making business. So how do I accelerate the pace back in? A building's a slice of it. I need to make sure that whatever I do, we're making forward progress. And if I make the wrong assumptions, or if I don't think through the capabilities of our team, and I don't think about how I get people trained, and I just open up the office, but I have different operating parameters, I might actually do things that are detrimental to the business and go backwards. So I think all of these things are really threaded together quite closely. I also believe that the building is a strategic advantage, and there's a need for the building. So I don't think it's so simple that we can just say, we'll never go back to the building, right? That's not going to happen. So the question is, what will it start to look like? And what gaps have been created, and how can we use technology to fill those gaps? Now thinking about the fact that we're doing more than building rooms, right? We're now developing training solutions. Sorry, go ahead, Josh.
Well, no, and that's where you were going is exactly the point of what this creates effectively is a new position within every major organization where somebody takes over one of these 6-person meeting rooms or 4-person meeting rooms, and that becomes their office. And their entire job is just conducting trainings. It is, how do we, how do I operate a room under these new conditions? What are the new parameters? And you take that AV person, or you take some person with a training or instruction background, and you teach them how to use these rooms. And then they sit there and they conduct live in-person trainings with people. You can record the sessions for future viewings.
They can write tutorials.
Yeah, and you just have all of these. You have to start building a library of, here's how you work from home. This is these are the tools that you use to work from home. Here's how you access shared drives. Here's how you get onto the VPN. Here's why you don't stay on a VPN all day long. You get in and you get out, and we have to provide an education in the things that we have built to these people so they better understand how to work in this new environment. Because how many times when VPNs started becoming a normal thing did you just log on and forget to log off for the day? But a VPN has so many finite connections per company, so if it's a big enough company, you could be making it so other people can't get on and access the files that they need. And having that trainer there, and having them with a physical space where it's something familiar, and it's like, oh, well, here's the office. Here's what it looks like now. Hey, look at these new things we're implementing for you. Yeah, we know you're not here yet, but you will be, and we're looking forward to having you back. And you can create messaging to build on that culture for the people and keep them in that connected way. And it facilitates that ability of making sure that they understand what they've done, relating to what they're doing now, and helping them figure out what that means going forward. Because your people are your greatest resource, and you want to make sure that they're doing what they need to do, and they're supported in the way that they need to be supported. And having that new position of somebody to train and somebody to educate and somebody to just work with this technology in a dedicated space where it makes so much sense for a business provider to make sure that resource is there. Because then it's not trying to you're not filing a ticket with IT. You have these library of resources, written, video, live, whatever is necessary. and they're there to work with them.
So you said a person. I'm thinking the businesses need to start thinking, I need a department dedicated to this transition and how do we work in the new environment. And I'm going to read something here because I don't want to misquote it. Data, and I think the data was published by Forrester, shows that productivity improves by 20 to 25% in organization with connected employees. Mm-hmm. So that automatically brings a point. Both of you are seasoned technologists. You've worked mm-hmm. with the buildings, in the buildings, you design buildings. Mm-hmm. What do business owners need to think about as they try to put together essential technology kits for post-COVID-19?
So two things. Let me make one quick comment, and that is that just to close out something Josh was saying and what you led into. So large organizations have corporate communications, and corporate communications departments are more take on more of a broadcast production type feel. They're creating the messaging, they're pushing the messaging out. I wouldn't be shocked if the AV person that used to work for real estate that's been moved over to the IT department now gets redeployed into the corporate communications department. And I wouldn't be wholly shocked if all of a sudden they were a studio that were set up for people to deliver training. And because we're trying to rebuild the engine of the plane while we're flying, right? Because your business is running. It's not like no one has the luxury to say, I'm going to start a new business tomorrow and here's the long ramp up we have. I think that the training is going to have to get delivered in these small chunks, 5, 10, 15-minute podcasts, webcasts. I think you're going to start to see podcast and webcast studios become more and more popular. And I think you're going to start to see these distance learning type studios become more popular. And it's interesting. I don't know that it was because of COVID, because some of it started happening beforehand, but that's been a big area for us in our design business is, building out spaces to deliver distance learning without having a large room full of people locally at the origination point. That being said, I think, if tomorrow we're going to walk through the building with a client or an architect and talk about what are the things we need to quickly think about and build you a list and so that we can start to formulate what a kit looks like. Obviously, we've talked about digital signage, so I'm not going to harp too much there, other than to say I would want displays that would be able to provide everything from the news to internal traffic flow, where people should go, when, and how. When I get to rooms, meeting rooms, conference rooms, I am going to want a scheduling panel. I don't know that I'm going to want to touch the scheduling panel to reserve the room. I'm probably going to do that through my mobile device, but I want some kind of digital sign outside the door that says it's available, it's not available because it's reserved, or it's being cleaned. Then, as I start to think about what happens in that room from a strategy standpoint, I think that people are always going to be, more and more people are going to be working remote. And even when we have people in the room, we're going to more likely than not be bringing people in that are remote. And so I think people need to start imagining video in every room, collaboration video in every room. And then from there, I would say to myself, where am I on the technology scale, right? Am I highly evolved? Do I have dedicated integrated systems, or am I at the beginning? And how do people in my organization relate to technology? And so I might start with the following. We just rolled video out. People have been using it for the past 3 months. They all know how to use their computer. So Josh, you brought it up earlier. I have this view that BYOD is going to be incredibly important because I don't need to teach people how to use their computer. And if I look at a room, the starting point on a room might be, hey, think of the room and the peripherals in the room as peripherals to your computer, and keep it very low touch. And so the easiest, lowest hanging fruit is I come into the room with my laptop or my mobile device and I make a wireless connection back to a display that's not touch enabled, right? And then from there, if I have the capability and the budget, I make it so I can wirelessly run a Teams or a Zoom call with my laptop using all the peripherals in the room, so it's scaled up. And if I don't have the budget for that, or the infrastructure is not in place, then I look to what's real basic. I'm going to issue everybody their own USB cable, whatever type, and their own video cable, whatever type. And why am I going to do that? If I can personalize as much of the equipment as possible, I don't have to, it's easier to clean the room. Because in between sessions, when you have different people in the room, you're going to have a cleaning crew. And you want the cleaning crew to be able to get in and get out really quickly. Now, does that mean you can't clean and disinfect a touchscreen? No. But if you were to say to me, how do I minimize risk? Well, the lowest hanging fruit to minimize risk is personalize everything, right? So that's the kind of direction I would go. And I'd start building kits like that to assess my entire organization.
Agreed. My head is spinning, and the thought that comes popping up is we could create a series just talking about how do we go back to work, because I'm almost sure that every week we either learn something new, or there will be new rule or new direction from the state or local government that will have to be considered when making those decisions. Kind of crazy.
So here are a couple of important things along those, just what everybody's, I think, kind of wanting to hear. Can you touch things? Yes. If you want to minimize risk, because that's all that we can really do. None of us are infectious disease doctors, but if we want to minimize risk, the obvious thing is let's reduce the touch. The simple rooms are easy. We walk in, we do BYOD. As the rooms get more complex and more involved, you can still think about solutions that enable BYOD. I don't need to touch the touch panel in the room. I can use a virtual touch panel on a web page, on my laptop, or on my mobile device.
Yep.
Right? If I need to annotate and whiteboard in real time, most laptops nowadays are touchscreens.
That's right.
I can sit in the room, I can make my wireless connection that we've already spoken about, and I can use my touchscreen. If I need a way to turn the system on, people are talking about things like sensors and voice activated. I think aux sensors are a great way to trigger a system and have it turn on. I'm not as high on voice driven systems because they're challenged with background noise, they're challenged with accents, and most importantly, people that are not technologists don't know what to say to the system. So I have to teach you more.
That's right.
Right? You know, QR codes and RFID badges, that's also relatively low-hanging fruit. It allows me to tell the room who I am, and if the room's intelligent and the back-end systems are intelligent, it could read my meeting invite, it could pull up whatever resources that I need, and it can minimize the way in which I touch things. So those are just a couple of suggestions to put on the table.
Yeah, the only other one that I would stick on top of that is looking at management resources. You know, you need a central repository that's accessible to the cleaning crew, to the support staff. And they need to know what rooms are occupied, how stacked are the meetings, have they put rules in place to make sure that you can't book meetings back to back unless you are the same person in that room. So effectively almost camping in a room for an afternoon. But, and then how is the automated process going in terms of this room needs to be cleaned? I mean, almost think of it in terms of a hospital at that point. This room is occupied, this patient has left, this room needs to be cleaned, and providing that resource to all the relevant parties. So that way room status is available on a constant basis. And that way you're able to utilize those common spaces. And then you talked about some of the communal areas. I mean, the communal areas are starting to shut down. Google's made a lot of announcements about the things that they're not, you know, their sleep pods, I think, was my favorite one, that they were like, yeah, they're going to be suspended for a while. But looking at those communal areas and how do you use those communal areas in an effective way? Do those become spaces where people can gather and have impromptu meetings? And does that mean you bring in a display on a rolling cart and set something up for people to be able to meet there because you can spread them out wider?
That is really interesting.
You also look at outdoor spaces for the same thing. Like, are there ways to utilize some of these spaces that weren't originally for gathering places? They served other purposes that can now function as those meeting rooms. And then looking at the cascade effect of that decision, does that mean that we need to ramp up sound masking? Because we're going to be generating more noise in these common areas. We There's HVAC considerations, considering the filters that we're going to have to start changing to potentially ensure that the air is being cleaned, and those kinds of things that we need to look at. So, in terms of the designing of the meeting rooms, it isn't just necessarily what meeting rooms already exist, but it's what can I turn into a meeting room that previously served a different function.
That's right. That's right. And gee, people don't want to sit in the cubes or in that communal table. That now becomes a way to repurpose space without taking on more cost than added real estate, and turn them into flexible meeting spaces that can be used. And instead of me sitting or you sitting at a cube, we're going to work remotely, and we're going to come into the office when we need to meet with people, and then we're going to leave.
We have very little time left. This is most insightful, and I think we've talked about a lot of different things, and more we talk, more questions I actually have. Because one of you just said, well, cleaning crew, typically cleaning crew in a building, it's not the most sophisticated, technology forward group of people. And now they are becoming the most essential people in your organization, who not only touch the most expensive investment that your firm just have done, but they need to know how to do it. They need to do it quick, effectively, and then they need to communicate to the rest of the organization that it has been done. That's right. A challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not just cleaning, they're disinfecting, which means sometimes product needs to sit on top of the surface that you're disinfecting for longer than 5 seconds.
That's right. So who teaches them? Yes, it is so much to think about. Guys, I wanted to thank you for, first of all, dedicating an hour to sit and chat with me about this. This was most insightful. Common sense should prevail. Grounding decision-making in practical sound judgment should be the motto moving forward, but who knows? Like I said at the onset, this is uncharted territory.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. It's been a lot of fun.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you very much, Josh. We hope you enjoyed the rest of the show. Bye, guys. Thanks.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to our panel discussion tonight here in the business stage with my friends Craig Park, Randy Trentz, and Joey D'Angelo to talk about conference room technology. And Joey has his Maverick helmet on. He's really on a fighter jet joining us live. And you know, they say don't drink and drive, don't Zoom and Zoom is I think the suggestion here. But we're going to have a great panel discussion. I'm going to be kind of throwing out some topics and throwing it more of a round robin. But more than anything, we're going to just dive into this new modern world of conference room technology. Where do we go from here? Post-COVID-19, there's questions about germs. There's question about will employees even come back to the office? And if they do, what is that going to look like? And how do we enable all the employees who aren't going to be coming back into the conference room to be able to participate with those who are in the meeting? So thank you, gentlemen. Thanks for joining.
Thanks, Michael.
You bet.
Maybe we'll start with this, if you don't mind. You are involved in major markets and you work with the biggest names in business. Maybe you can we'll start with Craig, but I'd like to go around. Can you give us just a quick 30-second to a minute kind of synopsis to sort of where are we at? What are your customers talking with you about today? Your clients? What is the need of the hour? What's keeping you most busy?
Well, you know, it's interesting because it's only been, 3 or 4 months since life changed. And if we talked about what our clients were talking about in December, it's a completely different conversation than what we're having today. In December, we were talking about standards-based design, a common user experience no matter where they were, nationally or globally. And the issue of connection and video was less important than the ability to have an effective meeting in the room. The conversation today is how do we connect a whole bunch of now home-based members of our organization together in a seamless way, using the tools, whatever they be. And a lot of our client organizations were already standard on a software codec platform. So it's how do we make that experience better? So a lot of advice on how to make the home office work better. Except for, well, actually Joey's office, when he turns off his video, is actually very much like Randy's office or mine if I turn mine off, or yours, Michael. And how do we make sure that the quality of both the sound and the video is good and that we can connect? Once you get past that, it's really now about what kind of collaboration tools can we build in to gain consensus. The kinds of things that we do in-person meetings are much harder to do, as much as I like video as a meeting tool, than you do sitting around a conference table looking at a set of drawings or talking about a particular group's functional needs and how technology supports that. So it's a different world, and I wish I could say there's no easy answer. A lot of it depends on how long can we hold out until the time when normal becomes something that looks like the old normal.
I think going along with where Craig was too, the exact same discussion, but there's another dimension that adds to that looks at the touchless environment, the friction-free environment for those that are physically in the space, because offices are starting to reopen. Yep. And then in addition to that, how do we really reuse the spaces that we have and make them more efficient in terms of social distancing or work distancing? The small collaboration rooms, 2 to 4 people. That discussion changes completely now. You can't put 2 to 4 people shoulder to shoulder in one of those small collaboration rooms. So the large boardroom now becomes inefficient because you can't put 30 people around that. It's got to be 15. So what do you do with the others involved? So there's a whole mix of things that look beyond the physical and beyond the remote, if you will, and kind of combines the two together. It's a difficult scenario, though.
I'm sorry, Joe, we have to ask your opinion on this. I know you just love the COVID-19 conversation and how that's going to affect conference room technology.
Well, I mean, what we've seen with all of our clients, some of them have, tens of thousands of rooms across the world, is they're pulling chairs out of the conference rooms. And in all of the renderings and the drawing packages we do, they're having us pull chairs out of the models. And they're making moves to, have 50 to 60% of their workforce be work from home. But because they're pulling chairs out of stuff and spreading people out, 50% of the people at home, 50% more space in the office, it's a net zero type thing. No projects have been canceled or stopped. No projects have been majorly redesigned. So, we're still seeing construction continue. My whole thing is I've always had this term, the software codec of the month club. You can be Zoom, Teams, Fuse, Skype, there's so many of them out there. And I really feel like the AV industry has always enabled these platforms to be successful. And we will always continue to do what we do, which is what we do best: cameras, mics, audio, video. And it's going to evolve into a battle royale of the software codec of the month club. You want annotation, you want touchless meetings, you want this, you want that. That's a software feature. It's no longer a hardware feature. So we just have to continue enabling the software codec of the month. We're essentially selling ammunition into the battle.
Wow.
And we're just going to let the software companies continue to improve things. Everybody really likes Zoom right now. They've got a lot in terms of meet happy and usability and user experience, but there could be another company 6 months from now that blows that out of the water. And I am really glad that we all do not have to compete in that space.
Yeah, what's it going to take to get you out of here with that download today? It's going to get pretty intense. Software development right now has got to be going through the roof. There's going to be literally 1,000 Zoom alternatives.
Yeah. I mean, there's gazintas and gazautas. We've got that. It's substantially less. We're not putting matrix switchers in every room and control processors in every room anymore. But if you're still doing that, then you must be from the old school. But there's always going to be a need for the AV industry, and that's the good news. Someone has to extend USB. We're not,
That's a scary statement. If that's a frameable quote, like there's always the need for the AV industry because someone has to extend the USB cable. That just makes me think like we're finished.
I think we're better than that.
Yeah.
But so it sounds like, kind of taking the temperature then, customers are aware of it. Obviously, they are planning around contingencies. They're already knowing whatever they do, they're going to have to spread people out a little bit, maybe have a few more working from home. But Joey says he hasn't seen major projects getting suspended. Randy and Craig, are you seeing major changes in projects that we're moving forward? Redesign requests? What's going on?
It's a changing landscape. A couple of months ago, we saw projects slow down or be put on hold. Different in the public sector than in the private sector. The public sector, particularly higher ed, where we spend a lot of our time, those projects that we're designing today aren't going to open until 2022 or 23. And so they're pretty realistic that we will have fixed this by then. And so we're not changing the designs of those buildings from the way they were anticipated to work in 2019 to what they will look like in 2023, because we're pretty confident that there will be a fix in place. But the corporate side either slowed down or put in place changes to anticipate, at least for the next, call it 12 months, that social distancing that Joey described will have to be in place just to give people less anxiety about going to work, and the corporate parent less anxiety about their people at work. I just got off a hour call with our CEO. We're 3,500 people in 100 offices spread out all over the world, and just had a part of that presentation was our senior health and safety advisor about, if we go back to the office, here's what you can expect. Here's what we expect from you. And I would imagine that conversation is going on all throughout corporate America, just to limit liability, quite honestly. So I think the economy, while the reopening is happening across the country in various stages, I'm not sure we've really seen the total impact on the new and renovation construction market quite yet. I'd give it, ask me again in September. I think I have a better picture of what 2021 is going to look like.
Oh yeah, there's two big reasons for it. On the one hand, physical real estate just depreciated by 50%. I mean, you get half as many people per square foot now. But the second thing is we've also proven that, and we don't necessarily need to be in the office. We actually just spent the last 4 months successfully getting it done from home, and a lot of people really love that experience. So, I think we've talked about in the past that at what point does it become a perk that says, look, okay, I'll hire you and I'll pay you this much, and you'll have health benefits, and you can stay home 3 days a week instead of 2 days a week with the other company. Like, I just can't.
It's interesting. It's interesting. I'm interested in hearing what you're both saying here, especially with Craig, where you're at too. I've been doing a lot of studying in terms of the studies that are out there these days, and it seems as though the mindset has been changing a lot in corporate America in terms of wanting to come back to the office for the socialization. Just saw a study, actually 2 of them this last week. 50+% of staff that were remote workers 1 to 2 days a week now are looking forward to coming back to the office again because they missed that collaboration. Yeah. What does that mean in terms of business adding or business shutting down? We really have been very fortunate. We haven't really seen much of a slowdown at all. For the 1 or 2 projects that were put on hold, none were canceled, but put on hold. Right. 3 or 4 more have been added, and it's been that reshifting again. Okay, how do we do this now? Projects that were, especially corporate projects that were in development, have gone back to the table and say, okay, how do we address this? And what do we do short term versus long term? Because real estate agents are trying to figure out how they're going to market. As you said, 50% of the market's gone away. It really hasn't shifted, but it's changing substantially in terms of what do we do for the next year or 2, and then what is the balance of my lease if it's a 10-year or 15-year lease for corporate America to deal with that. So it's one that really looks at that. In my mind, it says how do we plan for short term versus long term. Right. Long term's easy. That's what we've done and where we've gone.
We fix it. We cure it. Nothing.
Here's a noodle for the pot.
Right.
If you're starting a business today, why would you ever even build a business that would ever require an office to begin with?
Especially when your most inexpensive labor may be international.
Yeah. We will never ever have a brick and mortar office. We might have a conference center or training center or a mock-up facility somewhere centrally located to service our clients. But I don't see why you do that. It's just overhead. And with all the tools and the ever-evolving battle of the software codec of the month club, I think that the days of companies that already have it, they're going to need to keep going and all that. And perhaps there's a threshold that you will hit where you have to have a headquarters or something like that. But
I think that it's a little, because we are like you, Joey. We're the Sextant Group virtualized to all but one physical office 4 years ago. And all of us have worked from home, and we've set it up that way, and we looked at various collaboration platforms to use as our internal corporate standard. But when MD5 acquired us, they were a bricks and mortar organization, typical of a lot of big engineering companies. They have a large group of engineers together. They work on lots of projects. They do a lot of brainstorm collaboration just from sitting near each other. And when I talk to those folks, and they're in the offices, I'm in Charleston, South Carolina. They're the closest ones to me are in Raleigh and Charlotte. They're coming back to the office because they miss what Randy said. They miss that interaction and brainstorming and the sort of natural cultural things that happen when you work in a physical space. And I can see the pros and cons of both. I love the quality of life of being able to work from home and not commute. I miss going to see my clients and having that sort of understanding of what their challenges are. And you don't get that, I don't yet, as well over video. I've been writing about collaboration without travel for over 20 years. I wrote it when I worked with Randy at that old firm that I don't talk about anymore, for system contractor
Might be
news.
Chen.
And you're quoted in it. I went back and looked to see when I wrote Collaboration Without Travel, and said this is the future.
My point was, and I think I probably made it too much about me, which I shouldn't have done, but what if the next Google just says we're never having an office, and they end up having 35,000 employees, and they all work from home? There is going to be a demand for collaboration software, and that is when the AV industry is going to be, because they're going to be getting all their stuff from CDW, and it's all going to be built to be, you have a pulse, you can set up this endpoint and do your work, or it's going to be a kit of parts that they ship to all their employees.
Right, exactly. An all-in-one computer with a VPN built in.
Yeah. That gets into a whole psychological thing.
One of our devices that we manufacture.
There you go.
Yeah. So let's change gears a little bit. That's, I mean, awesome conversation. That's pretty comprehensive on sort of the state of the state. So let's move back into like, okay, well, we do expect people are going to return at some point to the conference room. Your projects are still moving forward. Let's assume we solve it. But now people are going to have to be able to engage with others online. So I don't disagree in any way, shape, or form that people are getting a little stir crazy and they would love to see other human beings' faces and be in person again. But I still think they're going to want to stay home once a week if they can. Maybe, you know, they like that, being able to, you know, sleep in a little bit or you know, pet the dog during the day. So let's talk about, now we're going to live more in a world where people are coming to the office and some of the teammates won't be there. How do we help customers who struggled with gaining adoption of the technology they've been employing? So a lot of businesses have been installing stuff in conference rooms for decades, but a lot of it doesn't get used, or it doesn't work that well, or a significant portion of the population just doesn't use it. I mean, if I could tell you how many times I come to a conference room or a meeting, and at least 50% of people are bringing pen and paper still. So I would like to know what's the state of the state on technology adoption, especially now that it's so much more important that people who are coming into the physical conference rooms are going to have to plug in so that they can connect and participate with people who aren't there. Now they have to digitize that meeting experience. Maybe before it could have been completely pen and paper.
Is this the part where we start saying that the office is going to become like a virtual reality video game? And I don't want to say first-person shooter because that would be like way politically incorrect.
There's no
I would
chance
never
to
say
post-produce
first-person
this.
shooter
This
because
is getting streamed live.
I said it twice now.
But you know, we're already designing all these rooms and modeling them in
Second Life
3D,
would be the reference.
and we've got the ability to capture things and show video and do all that. So I think that there's going to be a move towards virtualizing a lot of assets.
Make the virtual experience feel more real, so we still don't have to make it real.
Yeah,
Well, I was asking Joey earlier. I saw a demo last week, or a couple weeks ago now, of a software product called Trezi out of India that is a VR platform for Revit that lets the user walk around in the model and actually move walls and move furniture and change colors and finishes and adjust things as an avatar. And it can be 3D or 2D. So I think we might see a second life of Second Life, of a greater interest in a VR, avatar-based VR as part of the way we interact. And then I say this only because the children, at least Randy and I's children, I'm not sure about Joey's kids because they're probably still little, are massive open online gamers. My son at 35 is still very active in a bunch of different platforms where he has a bunch of different avatars, and he spends a lot of time in that virtual space. He will be a manager in 5 years or 10 years or less of an organization in which that might be his preferred method of interacting with his cohorts and his clients. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a greater growth of VR and AR, but VR as a tool.
So connecting these two thoughts together, you're saying eventually, as we move to this digital universe, if I'm not happy with your performance, I can go video game on you and not actually physically affect you at all. But I can do things like I can snap my fingers and maybe just blast into a bunch of
Yeah,
So,
yeah. But I come back. I have a
that's
bunch of lives built up, so I can come back.
okay.
Yeah, coming back right now. I think
100%
I
of the
think
rooms that we, 100% of the rooms that we do now, we model them
Right.
from the ground up, and little HT-based T transmitters all the way to the displays, the projectors, to the bolts on the poles. We're building the families to that detail, and every single room we do, there's a virtual reality mock-up that works in a browser in Oculus. And again, this is going to be virtual reality software of the month club. That's going to be another battle royale.
That'll be the next one. So not just collaboration, it's going to be VR software. I mean, the Oculus Quest, I mean, $300, $400.
Yeah.
I can click a button and be anywhere in the world and it's standing in any immersive environment I want. And the avatar thing is a little kooky right now. But if it was, I mean, you've seen this deep fake stuff where that digital in person, I mean, you can make anybody look and say like anyone else.
This is not actually me.
It's your avatar.
It's my avatar. But
we actually just had to spend some money on purchasing more 3D models of people because in all these sheets that we put out that have these renderings and links to the VR models, we didn't have a diverse enough cross section of people modeled in there, and they were not cheap. So, I think that that industry is on its way.
I want to go back to your core question, though, Michael, was that the disuse or non-use of technology, the people that were bringing paper and pencil to meetings that weren't used to it, the fact that systems have not been updated or upgraded. I just looked at one of my clients' list of the cycle of updates, and their most recent room was updated in 2017. And they have rooms going back more than a decade of technology. So when you see a large organization with this mix of technologies, the user's frustration of, I don't have a VGA connector on my computer anymore. What is this? What do I plug into? Is frustrating. And I know I talked to one corporate client who said we surveyed 3,000 users of 3,000 conference rooms in our organization. And their biggest frustration was the first 10 minutes of the meeting of being able to, whoever the presenter was, connecting quickly and effectively to the screen in the room. That's a really sad statement about the AV industry.
Yep, it's a design problem.
Right, well, design or integration problem, because I would bet, much like architecture, is that 10% of the buildings in the world are designed by architects. 90% are designed by contractors. I would be interested if Avixa would ever do a survey about the ratio of rooms designed by the consulting community versus rooms designed by integrators. With no disrespect to my integrator cohorts out there in the world that might be listening to this, but there is a quick and dirty sell of a hang and bang that we all have been through that gets the job done, but isn't very elegant and isn't very well integrated in that term into lighting or acoustics or size or scale or symmetry or perspective or anything else in the room. What we do with the architects we work with that makes those rooms better and nicer to work in.
I think one of the things I've been finding with Shenmel Smolke and playing off with Craig and Joey a little bit, this conversation here too, is yes, the room of tomorrow is not going to be the room of today at all. It's a disservice and an injustice if that's the case. But the discussion of the hardware piece of that thing is evolving, or has been evolving, and will continue to evolve. So it's much more the shell of the hardware itself. It's the software, and I think Joy was bringing it up.
Okay,
it's the piece that gets plugged in and just start downloaded and run with it.
Let's break it open. So we're saying that people are going to be going in the conference rooms again, but we need to design around their needs today and their needs tomorrow. We will see increasing levels of virtual, and software-defined experiences. And we do expect a mixed bag. Some people in the room, some people remote, and fewer people in the room, probably just in general. All right.
For the short term.
What are the essential functions that we need in the new conference room then? Let's talk about. Yeah.
What about the concept to kind of play off where you're at with it, Michael? I think, but to blow it open even farther, instead of coming to a conference room and having to structure a meeting remotely or virtually or physically, structure a meeting around that conference room. Bring your own meeting. Bring your own profile to that meeting, whether it's virtual, whether it's fixed, whether it's in the UAE, whether it's in downtown Memphis. It doesn't matter what that is, whether it's, again, a physical space or not. Bring your own meeting to it. And now you're into the software domain. You're thinking about that in the software domain in terms of what do I want to accomplish in my meeting versus what does Craig want to accomplish in his. It might be a totally different meeting, totally different agenda to this thing. But the physical and virtual space starts to react to that based on the profile that either of us bring to our own discussion here. Where does
So you're
that take
talking
us?
about user credentials. People can come to meeting. So because I asked the question, let's talk about designing the meeting space, and you're saying, well, maybe you don't have to make those decisions. Maybe the meeting space designs itself around the user for the day. Right? Is that what you're kind of getting at?
There's a discussion there. Absolutely. I think there's a discussion there. There's basic tenets of communication and collaboration, basic tenets of that. And that's somewhat hardware based yet. But beyond those core pieces, everything else becomes software. Your PC drives software. Your Oculus is a software driven device.
Absolutely.
Your audio system is a software driven device. What about your control system? It goes down that same path.
Right.
It virtualizes everything. I didn't mean to throw a wet rag on you guys, but
it's okay. But I want to go back to what I said earlier. Is I think to your core question, if we look at the meeting room of the next year and a half, because I think the time of change is happening. We used to say every 3 years. Now it's every 18 months. That the cycle is changing. Is that they're going to want to be able to connect easily. They're going to be able to see well. They want to be able to hear well. They want to look good on camera because they're all on camera because there's a whole bunch of folks. The corporations are going to put out some standard for the home office. Somebody mentioned that. Send a kit to home. They'll pay for better connectivity. I mean, one of our challenges is we have a few staff who live in rural West Virginia, and getting high-speed internet to their house is hard. And so how do we make sure that the speed, everybody on this call has got good bandwidth, so we look good, we sound good.
It's funny though, kid you not, I was trying to work from my home this morning and my internet was just crashing out. And I live in a rural community where I get internet over radio. I actually had to come to the local technical college to visit with my technology friend here, and I'm in a conference room at the local tech college because I couldn't get internet in my own house and participate in the stream.
Yeah.
But you said something else that made me chuckle. I used to work at ScanSource, a distributor, and a coworker and I were like the two sales people at that local satellite office, and we were the largest distributor for Polycom. And every time we'd get on a video conference, she would choose to sit behind me and keep her head right behind my head because she never wanted to be on camera. And they would always say, "Where's Nora?" And she'd pop her head out and be like, "Here I am." And then but you bring up a good point. Okay, so does everyone need to be able to, are we going to force everyone to get on camera now? Do they have to have the technology? Do they have to have the internet access for those who are at home?
If
what is
effective? It's not to require, but it becomes, are you going to be good at your job, effective at your job? Not saying good at your job, effective at your job. You need to be connected, and that's either a personal investment or a corporate investment or institutional investment. And I think it's going to come, and I hate to say it, it sort of creates a haves and haves not scenario for the future of growth as you grow through your organization. Well, because you can't go to that tech college every time you have a meeting, Michael.
Well, maybe I could. It's actually a really nice room. It's this background.
They'll have space to rent.
But it's interesting. You bring up a really good point. Like right now, I'm looking at a camera. I'm not looking at the screen. If I look at the screen, you're looking at my chin. So I look at the camera. I've taught myself to look at a lens and talk to you. But that's not intuitive for the average person on video conference. But if you're saying we're going to be judged on our digital presence, our virtual presence, whether we react well on camera, we look good on camera, we behave well, you're right. That is, because this is not normal. I mean, it is for me now to look at a camera instead of the TV, but but not for 95% of people going to work.
But that's a learned process. You can be taught that. It only takes a couple of times, especially if you do it with somebody you report to, for you to get to look at that blue light that I'm looking at right now to make sure that I look like I'm paying attention. And I know I just
virtual attendant is at least.
Yeah, exactly. I'm lucky I wear glasses because it sort of masks whether I'm actually looking at the camera or not. But I think I was going to make another point is I think there's also going to be new software tools to both Randy and Joey's point that are, those of you who have seen TeamSpot by Tidebreak, something like that. I just saw Mural as a collaboration tool. Is it new tools for us to work together in ways we had done in an analog way, either on a whiteboard or on sketch paper. But I also, this is my random thought pattern, is that everyone in this room, in the three of us, all are used to working with construction industry collaboration teams. And that's our model. That's the model we know how we work and how those meetings work. Many of our clients work on completely different kinds of projects, product development, software development, consumer services, you name it. There's a whole, it's not just us. And we tend to look at things like a nail. We design conference rooms because we've designed conference rooms all of our lives. And I can't remember, rarely did we talk about a whole lot about who are your clients and who are you designing for. We did, but really it was more on the functional side, not than the business case.
You bring out something I'd like to talk about. I'd like to ask you all a question, actually. So to that end, we have been designing systems around what it does, not why we're doing it. I think across the commercial Pro AV industry for quite some time. And I've had this conversation with various resellers, like, when was the last time, instead of asking them how far back they're going to sit from the wall, or, whether they want projection or TVs, or they're worried about glare or not, have you said, why are you having the meeting? Like, what is the business benefit? Because we don't tether a lot of our collaboration equipment that we're either selling, integrating, designing, installing to the bottom line. What is the point here? Because once we start asking those questions, we actually very quickly dive into workflow. We start talking about, why is this information even coming into this conference room? And then when you start to look at that, then you really realize, like you just said, Greg, there's a lot of other collaborative tools, software defined, that actually could probably accelerate the workflow. Maybe it's not wise to print the paper out and come to the conference room and hand out a docket. Instead, just email that document to that person and they'll auto reply. And then you just save the 30-minute meeting that you've been taking every week to do that.
There's a whole nother discussion on meeting effectiveness and why we have meetings and how many people don't need to be in a meeting.
That's not this panel, is it? Oh.
Yeah, I tend to stay away from that, though.
But I think if you look at that from that context, it's changing how we do meetings on electronic meetings as well. So that's going to, and I've already seen some of this take place in the virtual or in the real world. If they're not effective in the virtual world, let's not bring them into the real world. So let's redesign our workflow. And we're seeing a lot of that, because that's where I come at it, the whole discussion that we come at with Shen Smolke is we come at it from the standpoint of, what is your workflow? What are you, Craig's good point, what are you trying to accomplish with your meetings? What are the agendas that you amalgamate over the course of a year? And how do we then apply the technology discussions, whatever that is, to those meetings?
Well, it sounds like you're talking about a new type of design consultant that's designing virtual conference rooms, right? So in our virtual universe, where we're trying to be productive and I need to engage certain people to show different types of content, like Craig brought out, what are the tools that I need to enable that in the virtual room? But Joey seemed to, we cut you off.
Yeah,
you're basically about to say, like, I don't want to touch that conversation. I'm saying maybe that's the destiny of consulting.
You don't want to be viewed as the guy that's coming into the company and telling people how to run their business. If they have questions about what goes on in the meeting room and you can respond to it vis-a-vis the AV portion of it, go there. But
otherwise,
you don't want to be known as that guy that came in and was like, you just don't want to be that guy.
Well, but you live in a part of the country where, everybody's a genius, and so
Well,
They're going to
that's
step on somebody's
But there's
very
lots
big
of those
toes,
parts.
no
in
matter
my
what we
mind
say.
part of the problem with what I've seen with consulting over the last year, and I was guilty of it, is that we were perceived and acted as if we were the all know-it-all genius type people. And now we're just concierges and we're here to help. That's it. And we have to be forward thinking. We have to, know what's going to happen in the future in case our clients ask us. But I can't tell a Fortune 500 software company, what they should or shouldn't be doing inside the meeting rooms. I can provide them with the tools to use in those meeting rooms, but that's very slippery slope.
But they're hiring consultants for this. I mean, the Six Sigma and the Black Belt and the Lean, all this. I mean, this is all workflow. And how do we disassociate? Okay, well, here's your workflow, and then there's the technology over here, and these technologists don't have the conversations about that.
I would let the workflow people take the lead on that and listen to what they're saying and try to design something to that. But I wouldn't try to go the other way around. I think workflow is more important.
I'm going to disagree a little. I think you have to be business or institutional knowledgeable. We talk to faculty about pedagogy and how technology supports their goals. We talk about businesses about how does technology support their information or communication flow.
Yeah, well, if you know words like pedagogy or whatever that was, then you probably are okay with doing that. But I'm here to help in the technology space, and
well, I think you can make use case. I had a project, I think, again, back when years ago, even in the term before that, Randy, in the early Wilkie days where we worked for American Airlines, during a recessionary period, one of the first growths we saw of video conferencing, and American hired us to look at designing some video conference rooms for them, not for the use of collaboration from between Tulsa and Dallas, but to validate how good is video conferencing versus flying on an airplane. They looked at it as a competitor, but they wanted to understand better.
And Wayne House used to do all those reports about how you could save emissions and the mileage, and it was.
Oh yeah. This brings up a great point. I'm sorry, I would lose it if I didn't go for it right now. But
go for it.
I travel a lot for work, and I'm in these airports, and I see advertisements all over them. San Jose especially, right? And there's the Cisco WebEx advertisement, and it's like, have more effective meetings, be more cost effective, increase ROI. And then I see the advertisements for Zoom, and it says meet happy. And this right here comes back to the Software Codec of the Month Club and all that stuff. I don't really think it's about ROI and effectiveness and this and that. I think it's about the happiness of your users and your colleagues. All the people that we serve on every project we do are our colleagues in a sense. And what they experience and feel when they use these systems is the single most important thing that we have to aspire to achieve. And AV and tools and equipment and technology in that first 10 minutes and all that, it's all bundled together. But Software Codec of the Month, it's a software thing. And I think the software is going to lead it. And we have to design systems that can be easily addressed via software and be used by any different platform now or in the future.
But to make those people happy, you've got to understand what it is that's going to make them happy, right? And you've got to ask the question.
Money. No.
There you go with the ROI.
How do they get their money faster?
So we only have 6 minutes left, and I've got one more question where I hear this conversation is going, I just think it's worthwhile throwing out there. So what would you say to a business that says, I'm not going to design traditional AV systems in my conference rooms, meeting spaces, huddle spaces anymore. I'm going to put a computer there. Or I'm going to use like an all-in-one appliance, that allows you to bring your own meeting to that space. What would be your counsel? And I mean, are there any gotchas to that? Is it like, let's just do it. Just close it out. Forget about conference rooms for Pro AV. From now on, it's going to be a Nook. Or, I mean, are there any shortcomings to watch out for if you're going to go that direction?
It goes back to that original comment as are you meeting as a group for a reason? Is there something in the interaction that that group needs that causes them to be happier, to be more effective, to know when they walked out of that meeting that they accomplished what they were trying to do, that is better served by being together or connected to remote folks in some other location? Or is it just simply you and I having a call where, Michael, if I'm making a proposition or proposal to you, that I can judge by your reaction to my presentation because I can see your face.
We're using the temperature sensors when you show me the.
Well, less than that, the mood ring, more the mood ring. Is that are you reacting positively to what I am saying or not? It's really that it's that first 30 seconds of watching the reaction of someone when you meet them or when you talk to them or you present something to them. Are they accepting what you're saying as truth, or are they questioning it, or are they really pissed off about it?
How do you, I don't know how you judge that.
Yeah.
I mean,
but it goes to the core of your question. Is there's no simple answer to your question. It's not one or the other. It depends on your use case, and you have to ask those questions. That's what a consultant is there for. And we have to have a toolkit of answers to say, in that scenario, this is what I would recommend, and this is why.
People are going to meet.
For me, Michael, it's if they say we want to do a PC or a hardware thing, we say yes, sounds great. Because I've noticed in the last 3 years is that the AV engineering people within the companies that we work for have done all that work already, and they're just looking for help to get the projects done. And if they ask for our opinion or advice or counsel, or they want us to test or prove something, then we'll do that work as well. It's just another project. But, you know, it's 80% PC, 20% hardware at this point. You know,
pretty close. But people are going to continue to meet. It's just the format of that discussion and what, as Joey said, what makes them happy.
They all want to go PC, but they can't because there's long-standing ties with the hardware companies that make the hardware presently, and severing those is a little bit of a Band-Aid peel, you know. But
well, and the whole pro AV industry has been talking about AV as a service and how do we develop this and how do we move to that. But when AV is a computer managed by the network administrators of the end user, I don't know where you build a service model around that unless the USB extender fails.
Right.
And so
I'd rather service a USB extender than a PC.
Yeah. Good point.
Gentlemen, I mean, this has been, I mean, pretty eye-opening. I think it's really great. And I'll just say this, I can't wait for Apple glasses to show up where everything's in augmented reality. I can see whatever I want to see, wherever I want to see it. I can hear you. I can see your presentation. I can pinch and zoom it in open air. And it's all just, you know, 5G LTE. So I don't need physical spaces. But I have to work on my avatar. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that yet. If I'm going to go with a talking animal or what.
Maverick.
So
put Maverick on for the avatar.
Go with Maverick. Well, gentlemen, this has been an absolute blast. Thank you so much for joining us. I know our audience is.
Thanks for the invite, Michael.
I mean, to have this amazing panel together, having just an open conversation, you just don't see this very often. So,
Michael, great work putting this together. Thank you.
Yeah. Glad to be part of it. Thank you.
I look forward to hearing the feedback from the whole Wolf Vision presentation. That was quite an endeavor that you guys put together. So.
Yes. I mean, we're just like what we're looking to do in a conference room. We need to create new types of ways of collaborating. Now that the world has to attend conferences online and it's got to be interactive, we've actually to build this thing from scratch. I mean, there wasn't anything off the shelf to try and enable live collaborative events like this, besides, you know, just having a bunch of Zoom calls. Okay, well, let me just give a quick schedule announcement for what is coming up next at 3 o'clock Eastern in the special content stage. We're going to be doing what systems integrators need to understand about customer networks to successfully install remote collaboration solutions. That's going to be Renee Grommer, our IT solutions consultant with Wolf Vision. Main emphasis there being how can AV systems integrators be sensitive and have some knowledge about what the customer's perspective is so that we don't, as kind of Joey suggested, storm in there and kind of make a scene and not realize we're doing it. Also at 3 o'clock in the education stage, we're going to be doing creating active learning environments post COVID-19. That's going to have Rebecca Frazee, Bob Smith, John Bannon, and also James Frazee, and I'll be imparting that part of that discussion. And then we have building and managing future ready conference rooms with Mark Jones, Mark Coxon, Michael Dannenberg, and Akintayo Adewale. So thank you so much. Stay tuned for more great content here in the VCX conference, and we'll see you soon on another session.
Thanks.
Thanks again.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Wolf Vision's virtual collaboration experience. Today, we're joined by Tim Albright and a series of panelists for our topic on building and managing future-ready conference rooms. Tim, thank you, and take it away.
Thank you, Damon. My name is Tim Albright. I'm from Aviation. With me is talk about future-ready rooms, and we'll point out the fact that we're not saying future-proof. We'll get into why that matters in a minute. First and foremost, Mr. Mark Coxon from Tangram Interiors. Welcome, sir.
Thanks, Tim.
Also with us is Akin Alawali from Barracks. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Also, Mark Jones from South College. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Tim.
And last but not least, Michael Dannenberg from Vantage. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Tim.
So, guys, want to start off here, and Mark, I'm going to give you the task of answering the hardest question. Why are we not saying future-proof?
I think the last 2 months taught us why we're not saying future-proof about anything, right? I mean, we're debating on whether we're even going back to workplaces at all, let alone what future-proofing those workplaces look like. So yeah, future-proof is kind of one of those bad words in the industry. We always want to make sure that we're connecting our short-term strategy and the technology that we have now to where we think we're going to go. But I hesitate saying future-proof to anyone because those technology cycles we don't control, right? So.
All right, Akin. Then when we start looking at today, right? Because that's all we have, right? We all have been in the midst of this crisis. You guys are starting to get calls, I'm certain, how to refit some of these spaces, right? What are some of the conversations you're having about future-ready rooms when it comes to getting back into the workplace?
I think some of the conversations are primarily, at least initially, around people's feeling like they're disconnected, you know, and how do we help them get that connectivity back? You know, so, you know, a lot of, you know, the conversations, people are like they're feeling lonely at home. They're not able to interface with people the way that they've typically done in the past. And it's just, it kind of really creates, you know, this sort of lull in terms of the communication factor. So, you know, some of the things that we're looking at doing, at least at Barracks, are, you know, again, first having those conversations, kind of sit down and kind of understand where people are at and how they're feeling about things. And then second of all, we're really focused on making sure that we're putting together some solutions that will allow people to, you know, feel reconnected again. And I have some other, you know, technological kind of approaches towards how we can do that in a much more immersive way. But yeah, the focus is on really trying to make sure that you know, people are, you know, not feeling lonely. They're feeling like they're reconnected with their brethren, and that they're able to, you know, have their conferences and communicate accordingly.
So, Michael, how do we do that in an age when, you know, making social distancing, right? Making sure that folks do stay, you know, far enough away from each other to that it's healthy, but also having those conversations and having those collaborative meetings?
I think it comes down to corporate culture. You need to go back and look at how the structure of the corporation works, how the institution works with how they interact with each other, but making sure that you're outfitting spaces to make it easier for people to connect, make it consistent, making sure that there's policies in place to make sure that there's good connectivity wherever, whether it's an in-person, in-room conference meeting or a remote workspace for collaborative sessions, making sure that the audio quality is good, making sure that the staff have peripherals to accommodate a good audio experience and video experience. I think that's important, especially audio, making sure that you're controlling that environment and coaching them on how to use those spaces in this kind of new dynamic environment that we're in.
Mark Jones, you are from South College, so you've got a unique perspective from most of us here. As you guys look towards the fall, right? Obviously, you guys brought folks off of campus to finish out the semester, but you're looking towards the fall. Your challenges are different than corporate. What are some of the things that you guys are looking at on campus to keep your students safe, but also faculty? And what does that look like, you know, for spring of 2021?
Well, that's a very, very good question. When we moved, when I had I think a 1 week notice from Pittsburgh, they were the first one to go. We moved about 300 total people home, and the goal was at home to work exactly like they did during the day with VPNs and soft phones and all those. So we literally, from financial aid to admissions to student services to all the students, we had about 4,500 students that, were on ground, and you already had online courses, but they had to go to full online, and all the instructors, had Zoom and all those. So everything had to transition in about 1 to 2 weeks. So going back this entire quarter, we've had actually growth with students coming in and everything looking well. We've already had some students come back in simply because we had to have labs. So we had to take the classrooms, and then you could only have 10 people per classroom, and a lot of coordination. But coming up in the summer, and then especially in the fall, we're hoping in Tennessee and in Atlanta, and in Nashville is the one sort of in question, is that have students back in. But if students don't feel safe to come in, that they could actually attend the classes through Zoom and those things. So we've implemented everything from routine cleaning to everything and face masks so that everybody comes in. But it's very unique to have a totally different experience in a higher education for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark Coxon, when you're looking at this issue right now, and folks are slowly bringing people back. Mark's in Southern California. Depending on which technology company you're reading today, some of them are saying, you know what, we're not bringing folks back until the end of the year. Some folks are starting in September. When you're looking at a workspace today and going, okay, these are those steps that we can take. Here's the technologies that we can put in place. But like Michael said, some of that is also company culture. How do you help your clients walk through this, honestly, this maze of getting back to work, bringing the people who need to be in the office back to work, but do so safely?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, there are varying levels of concern, and it depends on the company's their personnel in general. I'll say that the three main things that we're noticing. One thing Akeen mentioned was making these meetings immersive. If you're going to be back in the office, why are you back in the office? And what we're finding with a lot of our companies that are more innovative, some of the companies you would typically think of as either new emerging, social media driven, entrepreneurship companies or Silicon Valley companies, the fact of the matter is that aha moments are not often scheduled, right? You don't say at 4:00 on Tuesday, we're going to have this great idea. It doesn't happen that way. And there is some creative power to having people in the same space. And when we can't have people in the same space, how are we creating that for people? So how are we creating spaces that people can come into in a way that they can actually have these creative collisions and be able to do that work? We're hearing horror stories of people have 8, 9, 10 Zoom meetings, because a Zoom meeting is a PowerPoint on steroids. It's just PowerPoint with 8 talking heads. I'm sorry, it's not very sexy, right? This platform was made for quick sharing of information, but it's not made really well for a brainstorming session or for people to go back and forth in a forum. We're doing this one at a time. It's hard for us to jump in. Somebody has to wait for me to stop and know if it's their turn. The workflow to this type of thing is very tricky. And so when we're looking at spaces like, okay, if we're going to redo your office, let's create spaces that are unique to this place, that you cannot do those things remotely, and that there's a reason for being in this room. One of the other challenges that we're seeing in that same thing, Michael mentioned and Mark mentioned, people adopted these ad hoc tools really quick when they had to go home, when they had to go, when they couldn't go in the office. Somebody flipped a switch and the office was closed. People are coming back and they've learned how to use a tool like Zoom ad hoc, and they're coming back into a corporate environment that may use Teams as a platform, or may use Cisco WebEx as a platform, or may have security concerns about Zoom talking to let's say the Navy says they can't do Zoom calls, right? So now we come in and we say, all right, how are we taking all this momentum we had with our employees as something they know how to use like Zoom, and now how we, I guess, unifying platforms or creating a strategy to help them connect all these different places and all these different locations that they're now sitting at. Instead of 12 people in a room, it's 6 in one room, 3 in another, or 2 at their desk. How are we doing that in a way that we can honor both the security and this inertia momentum that we already have? And these are the type of things where we're starting to look for unique products that do mashup software that can live over the top of 3 different soft codec platforms. Or we're looking for things like workflow solutions where it uses all the things we have in Zoom, a whiteboard and cameras, but it does it in a way that guides them through a creative workflow where they actually get work done. And those are the kind of conversations we've been having.
Yeah, absolutely. Akeem, when you're talking to folks and you're talking about, you know, getting back into work and making this kind of a future ready room for, you know, the next 6 months or the next 2 years, let's say, one of the things that folks are saying is that you've got to be able to make sure that there's a reason to go back to the office. It's kind of like what Mark was saying. One of those reasons is telling that story, right? Helping those folks tell the story of why they're there. How do you know, what is it that you're grabbing out of clients to help them tell that story?
So, you know, I feel like telling stories is kind of like that's my passion. You know, I do a lot of like photo and film work, and you know, telling stories in conference spaces is, you know, it's kind of like what we're tasked to do as companies, is to help our clients tell stories to, whether there's an internal clients or external clients, and then also to make sure that those audiences, you know, are being engaged, that they're stimulated by the information that's coming in. You know, so one of the things that, you know, that I've been really kind of focused on as of recent is coming up with solutions. How do we actually bring that into the conference space? How do we bring that sort of stimulation, that sort of creativity, that sort of immersiveness into conference spaces? And I think one of the ways that we can start doing that is by looking at some kind of alternate technologies. It's stuff that we're all kind of very familiar with. It's you know, I'm talking about like all the reality-based technologies, virtual reality, augmented reality, extended reality, mixed reality. There is an entire world that I think that we haven't really touched because we primarily kind of left it up to the gaming industry primarily. But there's a lot of like real-time resources that will allow us to utilize virtual spaces in a very connected way, in terms of being able to share information, in terms of visualization of that information, and I think most importantly, making sure that the experience that people walk away from, that they actually want to come back into that conference space again. And you know, we're talking about a hybrid. You know, so it's going to be some people that may be in the office space and some people that will be at home. It may be a hybrid in terms of people who have full-on head-mounted displays and they're kind of in this sort of virtual space, or it could be like somebody who just has an augmented space using like augmented reality. So those are some of the things that I've been kind of like you know, kind of pushing it. It's kind of like a Wild West. It's like it's a brand new area. There's not a whole lot of people that are doing it, but it's so very, very relevant. You know, we talk about the gaming industry, we talk about esports. All of that technology is literally right there. And as integrators, we're responsible for taking all this disparate technologies and bringing them together. And we do that with audio systems, video systems, control systems, display technologies. Well, I think it's you know, it's definitely time for us to start learning some newer technologies and start integrating those to give people some more immersive and interactive experiences.
Yeah.
Real quickly, Akeem, before I let you go on to the next question here. I know what AR is, augmented reality. Define for me real quickly what mixed reality is.
So it's actually a mix of virtual reality and augmented reality. Okay. So it's kind of a combination of the two.
Very cool. All right, Michael. Both Mark and Akeem started talking about like very, very, you know, leading edge technologies here to get folks going. One of the other things though is also making sure that the systems are you know, leveraging existing technologies that we have today. What are some of the things that you're doing to help, you know, your clients kind of future proof and get in there?
Well, I like to look at a very common thing is room scheduling, making sure, and especially now with the pandemic, is if you're going into the office, making sure that a conference room has the ability to book and that you can now schedule it to make sure that You can control how many people are going in, what the times are to give times to make sure that there's cleaning available in between room sessions, but also making it, how can we work with the existing technologies out there to make the conference room experience a little bit more intuitive and a little bit more hands-on. So there's technologies out there like beacon technologies near field where you can walk in and the room senses the host that set up the meeting and can automatically start the meeting if you wanted it to do that. It has occupancy sensors to determine if nobody actually came into that room, you can release that room and alert somebody that nobody came into that room. It doesn't need to be cleaned, but you can at least control that. So there's a lot of easier ways to be able to do, come in, drop your phone down and leverage some of the room peripherals in there with your own personal device. So you're coming in, connecting up wired or wirelessly, and be able to engage a call, engage a web session in that conference room, and be able to do it very seamlessly with the technology that you're used to already, that's pervasive and it's already in your life. And making it as easy as possible for people to walk into a space and use that space and connect to remote endpoints seamlessly and have that good user experience, a controlled audio and video environment that allows you to connect to all of those other endpoints.
Mark Jones, when you talk out to faculty, and whether it's full-time faculty, adjunct faculty, what are they telling you that they're looking forward to, or they're looking for in the next generation or the next iteration of in-person classroom? Is it, like Akin was saying, some of these mixed reality or mixed sessions where you have some students who are in class social distancing, but you also have some that we can bring in remotely? Or is it a traditional, or what we would call traditional, I guess at this point, Zoom meeting where everybody's remote?
Yeah, that's another good one. Even up to the chancellor's level in the boardrooms, which they'll have faculty in there as well and staff, and so we really stepped up utilizing the Zoom room and the Sign app in moving. We've got 10 classrooms right now. We're building out with the whole Wolf Vision build out, tying it in with the boardroom. So literally they can go in and hit a button and bring every boardroom up or multiple classrooms up and do presentations to them. It's basically touchless. And so if somebody needs to do a presentation, they have their laptop that comes in, put it in and connect right up there. The big thing that the faculty wanted is they really loved Zoom and being able with Canvas, which is our student system, and they could interact with the classroom, interact with classes, record it, and then it gets posted right through Zoom into Panopto and gives them, everything from a transcription to the audio, the video, and all of those, where the students can actually hear what's going on. The biggest thing is being able to get the content to the students and the students pay attention and listen to it, which, as I think it was Mark was saying, the video or the audio, or it might have been Michael, is the extreme important, which we found. And in our new design rooms, we're really almost going back to an old school style from using mixing boards versus DSPs, especially with the Sign app being able to provide that. So if the students are physically there or they're at home working on it, that's what the instructor, they just want to be able to get to all the instructors the same and be able to answer questions as well to each one of those students, whether they're in the classroom or whether they're at home.
Mark Coxon, one of the things that Michael brought up was kind of that whole BYOD, bring your own device scenario. When you look at this and you're talking to clients, there is a danger here, right, of folks bringing in their own devices, whether that is for control or for connectivity. There's a security risk there, right? So how do we negate some of that, or is it, I will reference Teresa Payton probably, until I retire, but she's said famously that it's not a question of when you get hacked, it's if you get hacked, the question is when. So how do we help your clients negate some of those security risks while at the same time inviting people to bring in their own devices, inviting people to bring in their own systems to kind of, not just flatten that curve, but also, protect everybody else from a health standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing this a lot with touchless, with room control, with even contact tracing, digital contact tracing, where if I come into the office and I log in on my app that I'm in the office and I'm going to go sit at this desk, if somebody else sits at that desk 3 weeks later or 2 days before me and they end up being sick, then I'll get an alert that, hey, you were in a location where someone who ended up being diagnosed with, COVID was sitting at one point, and you may want to get checked. We're seeing that all over. I think, as far as from a security standpoint, my view is that a personal device, this phone that I have is, you can't see it because my virtual background, this phone that I have is a personal device, but it was given to me by my company. So it's a personal device that no one else touches. So my health risk is low, but it's also an employer provided device that they control the level of access software, et cetera, that's on that. A lot of times too, if we're going through a cloud intermediary, sometimes that can be something that's helpful, right? So if we're looking at like an IP-based control system that's based, that acts as some mediator. You're going through your login, it's your secure login, and then it's going through some back wall, firewalled connection to the back. You're not logging directly with your device into the equipment in the room, where there would be this chance of something in your device, a virus, transferring directly into the equipment, right? Like we've seen with HVAC companies or something, where somebody comes in to do the HVAC system and the virus from their personal laptop gets all of a sudden into the computer system, right? In this case, if we're going through that cloud-based portal, the chances of malware on my phone going through the cloud, finding a tunnel back into the system somewhere is very, very low, as opposed to direct login. So I think, there are these layers that we start to build. But again, a lot of it can be same with this laptop. It's provided by my company. I have a Surface Book. It's provided by my company. Nobody else touches it. There's no health risk to me touching it. I'm not going to get any germs other than mine from it. But it's controlled, and the security's already been taken care of by somebody else. So I think we have to start to look at that. And I'm a big fan of what Michael said. We want to leverage what's in people's pockets and what's in their laptop bags. Right. If the easiest path to getting these things working and getting us back to being productive is to leverage the things we know and use every single day. So.
Yeah. All right, Akin, we've talked about kind of getting back to work and what that looks like here in the near future. Mm-hmm. And I agree with Mark about future proofing or future future proofing rooms. But let's take a look at a year from now, right? Or maybe even a 2 years from now. Mm-hmm. What does that look like? Is it a just another iteration of this immediate step? Or is it something where, we do move to a touchless, whether that's voice or that's RFIDs or it's Bluetooth or something like that? What does that next step of protection look like in the work environment?
Well, with everything that's happened in the course of the past 3 months, I hope that we're learning some lessons. And I think that we really cannot expect to do things in 6 months, a year, or 2 years the way that we're doing it. Even if COVID, there's a vaccine and things, and everybody was able to have it. The fact of the matter is that it could happen again. Like part of the issue that we're having is that we just weren't ready for this sort of a situation. So we have, now that we've got the knowledge that this is very real, this can happen again. I think we need to start thinking about how we fortify our conference spaces, how we introduce virtual conferencing into the mix, and again, really looking at how we're going to do things a little bit differently. The traditional conferencing systems that we're doing, the traditional 2D Zoom, calls, Cisco calls, Jabber, and Microsoft Teams. I think in order for us to really give our clients an experience that's going to go beyond, what we're currently doing today. And I think we lose a little bit of that, unfortunately, because people aren't close to one another. So we have to kind of figure out how to fill in that gap. We have to really kind of think about, how can we make this, value added for our clients. So again, it kind of goes back to, some of the technologies we were talking about before, and really taking a really close look at that. I would love to be able to see some level of, virtual in a more 3D and type of way in conference rooms within a couple of years. I think that's probably, you know, when we'll figure it out enough to be able to start integrating systems that have more virtual capabilities, hardware, visualizations, and so forth. And I'll just say that this stuff is very real. Like, there's a couple of different conferences that I would definitely recommend people check out if they want to kind of start understanding about what's needed from a hardware standpoint to start kind of making some of this stuff work. And there's plenty of applications out there that are currently being used today by companies and business and R&D labs that are actually using these technologies to have these sort of experiences with their clients, and then also internally for themselves. So, you know, like Unreal Engine, they have a conference called Unreal Fest in July that talks about, you know, how they're using gaming engines to basically do all of this virtual in real time. You know, I just attended another conference called RTC 2020, which was a real-time conference 2020, which again talked about the same thing. And then one other conference is SIGGRAPH, which happens typically during the summertime. Typically, again, it's all about gamers, but the fact of the matter is they've got the tech for us to be able to do some of these really cool things in our own personal spaces. So I would love to see some of that come to fruition.
I'm going to jump in here too, Tim, just as since I have the ability to do so. I'll second SIGGRAPH. You know, my brother-in-law was a multimedia engineer for Lockheed Martin, and they've been looking at this stuff for 12 years. And SIGGRAPH is a show he always makes sure that he goes to, because from a visualization standpoint, that's where the people are actually doing, you know, the software work on this side. But I would say too, just as far as going forward and determining what's valuable, and I want to throw this out because I think it may be a good point for in the call for everybody. You know, really what this is going to be, is this going to finally the time? Is this finally going to be the time where we reevaluate why we're meeting? For years, we've said the meeting could have been an email, right? We go in a room and I read you a PowerPoint for an hour. Why did we have that meeting? You could have read all that material. There's nothing happening in there. And now we're having a meeting that could have been a Zoom call, that could have been an email, right? Like, why did we go into the office when we could have been on Zoom? And why did we even have the Zoom call when I could have read this myself, right? And is this the time when we finally, as organizations say, why are we in this space? And what is the value of being physically together? Because really, like, a meeting should only have three purposes, right? It's to create a forum, so you get lots of opinions. It's to actually make a decision, so you have all those decision makers in the room and you can come to a consensus and have a debate. Or it's for team building, for building teams together. But for sharing information, it's not the right format to have 7 people sit around and have somebody read to them. It just doesn't work so well. People get distracted. So do we see, this is a general question for everybody, and I'm hijacking your questions, Tim. Does anybody else see in their conversations where people are actually starting to reevaluate and finally have this question, like, why are we meeting? And if we are going to meet, what do we need? What do we really need to make that valuable based on why we're in the room? Because if we're not having that conversation, we're just going to get another iteration of what we have already.
Yeah, it's bidirectional interaction, it's whiteboarding, it's group just collaboration. You need to get something more out of it. What you were going in there than just watching something. You want to engage. And I think that you can do that. There's a lot of tools that allow you to do that now, even through our standard web platform. There's a lot of ways that you can use it beyond just seeing talking heads on a screen and watching a PowerPoint. Get together and bidirectionally annotate and use a lot of these whiteboarding functions that are out there, new tools that people are using every day to collaborate and really engage. And a lot of times I think now we've been forced to be able to do this with collaboration. As we're working with architects, we're forced to be able to and actually it's not forced, it's we've got the benefit now of being able to engage on a higher level. And I see what Akeen and Mark, what you're talking about, and I love looking into the future and seeing, I want to see the next steps. I want to see where we go from there, and bringing in not just in conference rooms, but collaborative in classroom spaces and other locations where we can all get together socially in a space, in more of a virtual environment, and really truly re-engage.
Yeah. And you know who's asking that question? Millennials and Gen Zers. They're asking, why do I have to be here?
Right.
They're, you know, my son all the time is like, why do I have to be here? I can just text. I can just, you know, sit, jump on a Snapchat or whatever the case might be. Why do I actually have to physically be in this particular space? And I think that's something that we have to really pay close attention to, because millennials and, Gen Zers, they are going to be the decision makers, in these future conference rooms that we're talking about. They're going to have an expectation to utilize these systems based on the way that they currently do things in their own personal lives. So in another 10 years, my son, who, was born with a smartphone in his hand, is going to expect to do everything on his smartphone or some sort of virtual implementation of that. It's going to be app-based. Everything's going to be apps. They're not going to be interested in coming in and sitting down if they don't have to. So I completely agree with what you're saying, Mark, about, asking that question, why? It's a really important question, because it's really good. It really drives the solution. If the question is, we don't need to come in, well, then how can we actually create an environment and set up a solution that's going to allow for that sort of immersive, that sort of connected sharing of information that, we want to do beyond what we're currently doing today, value added.
Yeah, and I'd say, the interesting stat, when I was putting together some stuff like this for an architect, is that, although they may not be in decision maker roles now, Gen Z and millennials are 60% of the workforce this year. So they are the majority. They're not the minority of the workforce. They may not be signing the checks yet. They may not be the economic buyer, the decision maker that's buying systems. But if we're not tailoring what we're doing to that, we're in trouble.
Well, Mark Jones, let me bring you in on this from a education standpoint. How are we redesigning and rethinking and reimagining the classroom to serve this new generation? To Akeen's point, why do I have to be here? I mean, I think the education system has proven that, at least to some extent, and we can argue about the effectiveness of Zoom classes, right? But how are we adjusting those expectations when it comes to in-person classrooms?
Well, we'd actually started that a few years ago with when PA went to the cadaver labs, when we had to share with another school, is why do we need to go into this smelly place and touch all this stuff when there's actually now 3D fully automated, where you can actually work on that. So, and you don't have to have everybody take the time over holidays and a lab and be right on top of each other. So that, along with some of the other physical therapies and some in the nursing and also in pharmacy, this last COVID piece has really got us looking more and more into the 3D gaming type conventions, and where they can sit there on the screen with other people, and the instructor can ask them, where is this particular nerve, or where is this, and they can actually watch them do that and design it, and everybody's seeing the same thing. I wouldn't say it's there yet like a super game Halo or something, but we're definitely pushing toward that, so that the only time you physically have to be there, or you would really have to be there, is if like in Doctor of Physical Therapy, you've got to actually manipulate a person and do that. So that's where our new space spread out, and how to do that and coordinate to come in there, because that's how they get their grade on. I mean, you wouldn't want to go to a physical therapist that has never worked on an actual human. So, but you can, up to that point, you can now become much more versed in how to do it before you actually start that. So across all of, we specialize in medical, a lot of pieces, but a lot of that, that's the huge change I'm seeing, is that we're going to have more and more people doing that. So why do you need to be in the classroom to watch that? Why do you need, they can do all that virtually.
No.
Why not be able to use that to reach out to other people, students, employees that are distance challenged, and bring in that content and share that and collaborate with them from afar, and reaching out to other markets, reaching out to bringing in other talent to that meeting to make it that much more powerful, or an educational session, a class session, to make it that more enriching.
All right, Mark Coxon, let me bring this back around for a second here. You you mentioned the fact that sometimes, and we all joke about it, the fact that this meeting could have been an email. How do we make meetings, or how do we make getting back into the office? How do we make coming into the office worthwhile? Like, what is it? What is it? And is it just the content? Is it the fact that this is the outcome that we want to get out of it? So this has to be a meeting. How do we make coming back in the office and make these meetings more more desirable?
I'm gonna throw one thing out there before he starts.
Yeah.
It could be that you want to get paid if the person that owns the company doesn't like you working at home.
Well, there is that. We can have that conversation in a second too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and this all comes to the point of, like I said, why are we meeting? If we're not asking that question, we're in trouble, right? Like, what is the outcome that we're trying to get out of getting together and coming into this space? For me, I've been talking to, like I said, a lot of these entrepreneurs. Some of it's the creativity that happens when people are in a room. I mean, I'm a biology guy. We release chemicals when we're together in a room, and our brains pick up on those. And sometimes they make us like each other, and sometimes they don't. But they create this tension, right? There's there's a bunch of workplace studies that say standing up and moving around actually opens your brain up. If I sit down in a chair and you give me an idea and I'm lounging back in my chair, the second you put an idea out, Stanford showed that lounging in a low chair makes you in a critical mode, not in a creative mode, right? So if I sit in this office chair every day, you talked about a recliner earlier, if I sit in that chair every day and I'm in that mode, that puts my brain in a mode of analyzing and not in a mode of creating, right? So if we want to have this outcome, know that there are 5 commonalities between what makes that outcome possible. Then we need to make sure that we have the people in the environment that facilitates that. I can have somebody call in from home, but if they just got off a call with their kid's teacher and they got popcorn going in the microwave and they're trying to manage their mute button and their camera and their iPhone back to their Zoom, the chances of you creating the momentum that you're trying to create in that meeting is very, very low. Okay. And if we're doing something that's synchronous, then that's okay, because you can do it on your own time and put it into Slack or put it into a program, and we can all analyze and have a meeting about it later. That's valuable too. But for things that need to get done, where there needs to be a decision made, where there needs to be consensus on something, when we need to have this creative storm of ideas, there are certain things that make that happen, and being able to control that helps.
I think ad hoc environments, where you allow that creativity, and I think Mark, you noted that early on too, is being able to make sure that there is an environment. If you're there, you're a little bit more able to just have these close encounters with people rather than just monitoring and seeing if and making sure that you're available to them, but knowing that you're physically there. There's something there to be able to support team members and to be able to answer questions or ask questions a little bit more fluidly and a little bit more spontaneously than rather just chat sessions. It's more personal.
I would say too, one thing that's come up a few times is, a lot of companies had success in working remote over the last 3-4 months. How old were these companies? Because the companies that have employees that already know each other, that already trust each other, that have worked together, that have, the Dunbar rule of 100 people that I can manage in my head, key rule. Like I know Bob, I like Bob. When I pass Bob in the hall, I don't want Bob to be mad at me that I didn't get my job done. We had that, and we carried these emotional connections that we forged in person. We carried those with us into our virtual world. So there are a lot of companies that are young, startup, forming, forging, new team members. Do they have the advantages of these pre-existing social bonds that were created in person? And they don't. And so how do we create environments where we forge people together so that when we do work virtually, the accountability, the trust, there's no need for micromanagement, people reciprocate because they want to. That's where our social bonds have really helped with this. And I don't know that young companies with people that haven't worked together a lot had the same level of success in trusting each other to what they're doing as companies that may have teams that have history.
Yeah, absolutely. Kane, as we wrap up here, Mark mentioned a couple of studies saying, you know, if we stand up, we're more creative. We sit back, we're more critical. That goes beyond what's in my CTS class, right? That's beyond. Now, Mark Coxon is one of these unique individuals. He's an I and a D, right? So he's CTS all over the place. But beyond that, what are the skill sets that we need beyond understanding digital workflow and acoustics and you know everything? What is that new skill set that we need to create these future ready rooms?
I think one of the things that we have to make sure is that we're, you know, I always go back to storytelling. You know, we are all natural storytellers in one way, shape, or form. Even when we have a PowerPoint or, you know, a spreadsheet that we're trying to communicate to people. You know, actually, you know what the best examples is you take a teacher, for example. You know, I can think of a teacher that I had that, you know, I remember from 8th grade, and it was based on the way that she taught the information. She was my English teacher, and based on the way that she taught it versus the way another teacher teaches the exact same information, the way that she told the story about, you know, prepositional phrases and conjunctions and, punctuation and the whole 9 yards, I remembered that, you know, and it stuck with me, you know, and having that storytelling capability, you know, that's something that, you know, some people, you know, have a gift for it and you have to hone it. And some people have to learn it, but it's something that we all do. You know, we all have to kind of tap into our storytelling selves. And I think, you know, if we're approaching it from that standpoint, we'll start utilizing the tools that we have to leverage that end game, which is how do I make sure that this story that I'm telling to my client or that I'm telling to my people and my colleagues internally, how do I make sure that they're getting the best information in the best possible way, right? And then likewise, you know, for your audience, you know, you want them to be fully engaged in what it is that you're saying. You want them to come back into the conference room the next day, like ready to learn more, ready to re-engage. Even if it is a financial spreadsheet, you know, how can we maybe start asking those questions? How can we make a financial spreadsheet interesting? You know, how do we take, you know, 2-dimensional drawings and make them interesting? You know, everybody's looking at a 2D drawing on the table or on the screen. What about, you know, doing architectural visualization, taking that Revit file, you know, and having people jack into it, and everybody has their own sort of experience associated with it, rather than one person at the pulpit kind of like saying, this is what I want you to know. People can get really interactive with the information themselves, and everybody can walk away with something extremely valuable, and they'll want to come back, you know. So I think that's some of what I'd like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to wrap up this with one thing. Mark Jones, you mentioned this as we were kind of meandering through with millennials and Zers, and that's the idea that some managers, especially older ones, they want to see their folks in. They want to see them punch in the clock at 9 o'clock and punch out the clock at 5 o'clock, right? How do we help those folks to understand this new generation and this new workforce?
The biggest thing we did is gave each one of them a laptop as they left the building and told them they had to work at home, which they're used to having their computers in front of them. And, you know, some of them did okay. Some of them had to take experience, but the younger ones are, you know, in the admissions reps and all them, they already, you know, they had those, are familiar with using phones. So, you know, you have to bring them into that world of this is how we're going to work. This is what we're going to be, whether we're in the office or whether we're at home. You know, our strive now is we really didn't change the way we work when people come back, because they still have access to the cell phone if they go home. They have access to their laptops. You know, so if they need to work at home because one of their kids are, you know, so you've got all these new challenges that I guess you say the older or whoever that don't understand that said, you know, we will never work at home. Well, that changed for the entire world, so we had to roll with it. So yeah, getting them to do that and utilize it at home and providing them the tools and making it easy enough for them to use, that's one of the key factors. You know, the VPN, it needs to just turn it on and have everything work for them. they don't have to program this and program that. They just go to work. So that was our goal, working in getting them up where they're to speed with the newer generation.
All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for us. Thank you all so much. Mr. Mark Jones from South College, Mark Coxon from Tangram Interiors, Akin Alawali from Barracks, and Michael Dannenberg from Vantage. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
and
Tim.
I
Thank
will
you.
pass
Enjoyed
it back to the guys at Wolf Vision.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, everyone, for being part of our panel today. It was very intriguing. Up next, up at the hour, we have buying, financing, and leasing strategies for funding your projects in a turbulent economy. We also have funding your higher education projects with grants. And finally, we have managing collaboration technology in a software-defined world. We look forward to having everyone join us for the rest of our show.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the virtual collaboration experience. We're in the middle of this all-day event powered by Wolf Vision. 3 panel discussions every hour, topped off with a virtual happy hour later this afternoon. I hope you can all join. Thanks for joining this discussion topic, Managing Collaboration Technology in a Software-Defined World. I'm Rob Moss, Regional Sales Manager for the Pacific Northwest. Joining me today in this discussion is Mark Jones of South College, Michael Dannenberg of Vantage Consulting, and Frank Pellikoffer and founder and president of Utelogy. These gentlemen represent the 3 critical components for success in our space: design consulting, product manufacturing, and the end user. So let's get to it. The thing that strikes me when I'm thinking about this topic, or anything that surrounds convergence or the convergence of IT and AV, is that we've been talking about this. I was trying to think of the date, but I think I first heard about this at an InfoComm. It was a big deal, like in 2000, if I'm not mistaken, if you can believe that or not. So we've been on this road to software and the network being at the center of AV for an awful long time, right? But it seems like in this moment of time right now, where we are, that something unique has happened, right? That something has either forced us or made us more aware of the importance of the network and of software moving forward. How could we not think that when a software product has become the vehicle in the last 4 months for people communicating, right? Its ability to scale and its ability to deploy is second to none, those types of things. So that's just one of the little things and reasons why software is important and becoming such a mainstay. But I'm going to give this first question out to Frank. Frank, what is the software-defined technology in your estimation? How does it compare with hardware-bound solutions?
Well, I mean, you mentioned scalability, the ability, software-defined solutions very easily, live within the realm of Moore's law without having to throw the hardware framework around that out with the bathwater. Long-term examples would be like VDI technologies, virtual desktops, right? I have a screen, I have a keyboard, but all of my processing power is done back at the data center and it's delivered to me. Same with software-defined networking. I can, when new features and capabilities are made available, my hardware goes a lot farther because I don't have to throw a whole piece of hardware out to take advantage of a new, network routing feature or switching feature. Same thing with audio visual, and we've been talking about this for a long time. But if the core of the technology that you're deploying, the solution that you seek is premised on software, your hardware investment, however that comes as a service or a CapEx expense, theoretically should last a lot longer.
Sure. So, Michael, what are some examples of specific software-defined applications? Obviously, there's the computer, but what have we become accustomed to? What do we just recognize?
Well, I think front-end user instructional software, making sure that there's a good common user interface. It's very easy for somebody to work with, and it's easy to deploy. Classroom management software, audio-visual bridging, as Frank mentioned, being able to route and cascade where you couldn't really easily do that in an analog world, or even recently just the digital world. This allows you to really cascade onto it. Web collaboration software, all these different things, the tools that allow you to now manage all of these deployments as well. You don't necessarily have to deploy somebody out into the field. Now you can go in there and through software, govern and manage those different assets remotely over the network. And of course, that means that there's a lot of things that need to be looked at on the back end side with data privacy and network security, and looking at that to make sure that all those different tools that you're deploying are really looked at carefully by the IT department, and because they're the ones who are going to take ownership of this and compartmentalize all of those different devices and assets on the network.
Right. So it sounds to me that like we're talking about flexibility a lot. A lot of the words we're using surround flexibility, ease of deployment, ease of monitoring. What about the nuts and bolts of using software over hardware? As far as feature sets or upgradability, what are we finding in that regard? Do you have any ideas on that, Mark?
Yeah, quite a bit. Especially in the classrooms, as we've moved our students' information system and moved a lot of the collaboration pieces and all of that, the software now becomes going into a single portal, basically, where the students log in, and they want to have access to everything, and it doesn't matter whether they're in the classroom or wherever they are at. So we literally had to take it and make it not so complex, and take out the pieces and almost blend old school and new school together. So we make it easy with almost like on the Wolf Vision side, add the AI functionality piece to it to be able to manage that back end side that the students don't even see. And so the software pieces, whether it's from them taking their tests with ExamView, whether it's a lockdown browser, all of this has to function together on their single laptop.
Right. So what are some of the gotchas, if you will? What do we have to be careful about, and what are we seeing as issues that we're stumbling over as we deploy software and as we move away from that hardware model?
I would love to jump in here really quick and
Sure.
talk about that. One of the biggest challenges that I've seen is anytime you're deploying hardware into a new environment and it hasn't been vetted by the IT department, and you're working with a group, I'm seeing the need for more expanded knowledge on an integration side from those contractors to understand and be able to communicate and have and collaborate with the IT departments to make sure that the devices that they're putting on the network and setting up for them, that they're speaking the same language. Because what ends up happening is either the manufacturer has to step in, a design consultant has to step back in and get involved in it. So I think it's really a lessons learned that the integration side, they really need to become more versed in this climate. And the IT departments, of course, need to be a little bit more flexible as well, and looking at how to take some of these components that are brought into possible betterment or expansion capabilities, such as streaming, multiplexing and matrixing solutions, and classroom governance software, and making sure that they are comfortable with it and understand how to deploy things on their network, like wireless collaboration, and then how does that fit into their data privacy and security and models.
Right. So I'm hearing you say it's not just about termination, it's not just about installation. There's a lot more that goes into having to have a discussion about the network and understanding the nuance of that. What are you finding, Frank? Is that what you're finding?
Yeah, Michael's got that spot on, and in fact, you're not going to do any sort of meaningful deployment where there's value in today's climate without being able to have a credible InfoSec review with your customer's InfoSec team, a credible data center conversation with the data center team, a credible, core router to edge switch, edge port conversation, and those are typically 3 at least individuals in a small enterprise, and 3 teams on the larger enterprises. And if like us in AV, we know really quickly and instinctively if someone's pulling your leg or kind of bluff you a little bit about audio and the physics of audio. It's just we can smell that in a minute or two. Well, these IT departments, they have the same thing. And as soon as your credibility is undermined by your own lack of understanding, your conversation is over, as far as my experience has been and what I've seen.
Mm-hmm. One of the things I've heard out there when you talk about software running the system or being an integral part of it is cost. I hear people say things and like, customizing software is expensive. What is your take on that? Is that real, or is that a myth, or is there partially true? What do you think? Anybody can join in.
My sense is that if you're talking about just purely cost, you're having the wrong conversation, because it's cost is juxtaposed to the value proposition that you're delivering.
Mm-hmm.
If a software subscription is going to cost you $1 million, but it can save you $8 million, relatively speaking, that's not an expensive proposition. But if it's just purely price, then you're on the race to the bottom in price wars, and I don't know how I can help you there.
Right.
I think one of the things is to make sure that when you're looking at this, when you're bringing this solution to an institution and having those discussions with the stakeholders, and I think it's important to make sure that you're outlining what the hardware costs and versus the operational annual renewal licenses and things like that, and making sure that they have a good understanding of what it's going to cost them, not just on day one, but what year 2 through whatever goes on. So they are ready for that. And I think if you have those conversations, they're used to that in the IT world. They're used to doing that with their network switches and things like that. I think as long as you make sure that you're having those realistic discussions with them and expressing and communicating what those operational requirements are going to be ongoing, I think that's a little bit more easier for them to swallow. And like Frank said, making sure that you're doing a cost benefit to show them it's not just all out. You're getting benefits. There's returns on this with remote management, with ease of use, and with remote support and abilities.
I'm very curious to gut check this with you, Mark, but Utelligy has done very exhaustive research the last 4 years on the true TCO, total cost of ownership. And what we found across virtually all segments is that 70% of the cost of a traditional AV system, whether it's in a classroom or a meeting space, is from the day of handover from the original installation. That's fundamentally, that's 2/3 of the cost of that system comes between day one of handover to 5, 7, 8-year refresh in some cases. Do you guys have analysis like that substantiates that?
We're a little different in that because I wear so many hats. I'm the guy that started 13 years ago at South College, and the entire infrastructure and network is designed basically by me, and then continued through in the expansion working with our different engineers and stuff. So one thing I have learned, if you literally drive it on cost, I have to agree with you on that, Frank, you're not really going to be successful. What I have learned is that communication with all of the parties in define what is needed in the design and for new technology. And so I tried to do that a year ahead in a vision. I like to virtualize or visualize stuff. And so a year or 2 years ago, when I started redesigning our infrastructure down to the switch level and the core level, and how everything works with our 7 locations across the MPLS and all those, and then you kick into the AV side, how all that integrates together with the bandwidth. We've literally had to bring double our pops, bringing in VLOs in for each one of the locations, to support the video and all of the testing for the students. So once you do that and you come back with a cost, you really don't have that much a kickback or question because it's actually what's needed to make this thing work and to support the students, faculty, staff. Now, kicking off into COVID was a whole different thing because you moved everything off-site, and all of a sudden you've got a huge tunnel coming through your cloud firewall trying to get in with all the performance. So you got to jump up your, we had to jump our firewall up to a gig throughput just to get everybody in and be able to support everything. So, and the cost of that, well, who cares? Because we keep the business running and you have to make it work. There's not a choice in that matter.
Yeah.
That's fascinating, Mark. I'm wondering, was that the only thing? And did you actually have to, I mean, I'm sure every port you have open is encrypted, 443 or some other secure port,
Right.
And a gig. How many students do you have logging in?
We've got around 5,000 students and about between 700 to 800 faculty and staff that have access 24/7. So it's we're in a really fast growth. We've got we're building up our online college right now and at a huge run rate, and so everything has to be secured. I literally do a security check once a week. I have a guy assigned to that. We don't open any ports unless I personally approve it, and we've tested. And we actually have everything. I can get an alert when somebody tries to do something, some engineer, and open something. I'll call him and say, you can't do this. Like I had somebody wanting to add FTP in instead of SFTP for some company that didn't say they support it. And I said, well, you need to get a new company because we're not doing that. You've got to be very secure on that piece of it.
Michael, what are some other specific unified communication video conferencing tools that perform better, other than software clients, obviously, that the network, if configured correctly, if using the right tools, just makes it better, just makes it flat out easier to do things?
You're talking like a hardware-based solution?
Anything that comes to mind, yeah.
Sure. Well, I see a lot of the streaming appliances, network streaming appliances that are out there that really allow flexibility out there in how you're deploying and cascading rooms together. I have one client who's standardized on one of the streaming platforms from one of the major groups, and it allows them to be able to tie in, not just because their culture is a Zoom culture, but it allows them to cascade to multiple classrooms across that within that educational discipline. So they can bridge in multiple class sessions together to have a much broader student base and larger instructional reach for that one particular session. So I think those are really powerful tools right now that we're looking at that are network based and software driven, because you can tie those into management front ends that are not necessarily specific to a manufacturer, but now more operating system. So as I know, Frank can attest to some of these solutions out there that need to be driven off of a PC or Windows-based solution versus a Mac OS or iOS system, Chrome OS, and Android and iPhones and Linux platforms, where it allows you to be able to take all of these different technologies from the software front end and not be tethered to a particular hardware control panel.
Right.
But going back and really leveraging all of those other hardware-based solutions out there for collaboration, like the Synapse and some of the other solutions that are out there that really, once you drop those on the network, get them configured, really allow you to be able to cross connect with different teams and working individually on a silo, and then bringing them back together again to a shared presentation, and then ultimately dump all that content out through a live Zoom session. So if you think about how you tie all of these hardware platforms, software platforms, and web collaborations together, you can really just empower an institution with to move beyond conventional collaboration potential.
I see. One of the things I've noticed just as a layman is that when there is purpose-built hardware that's well thought out and that can be upgraded and then that is networkable, upgraded with with software and with firmware upgrades, the life of the investment goes on for a long time. If the box becomes just necessary for inputs and outputs and maybe some processing power localized or something, and it can be substantially upgraded, in other words, that's a pretty attractive, it seems like a pretty attractive methodology rather than having to buy the best box, soup du jour of the year or something. How do you find that, Mark? Since you've gone to more of that methodology of purpose-built products, I know you use Synapse a little bit, but other things too. How has that made your life easier?
One of the things, if you have a physical box, you can only upgrade it so far,
right? And
then it runs out and you have to buy a new one. So we started virtualizing everything about 3 to 4 years ago. So with Hyper-V, you can run anything. You can run Linux or whatever you need to run for the top application. And so as we're moving along that, we take out, we don't use DSPs, Extron, Crestron, all these pieces, the switchers that really, we replaced all that with the Synapse piece of that in the AV side. And so with the infrastructure that we have built, with the performance, we can connect to Atlanta. So we've got 3 PA classes right now. So we could actually teach all 3 from one location, tied together across the network, and it'd be like being in the same classroom. Right. So if something needs to be upgraded or changed, it's a software, so it's basically, a software piece that you upgrade or grow or add, and you don't have to buy another hardware piece. You need more, just like when we had everybody coming in, we found that we needed more processors and more memory on the boxes because people were coming in externally through the firewall on a VPN. So all you do is go in, in your Hyper-V and crank up from 8 to 16 process, so it's all, there's no hardware purchase. It's just ready to go, which makes it so convenient. And that's why we were able to turn everybody home in like 5 days. Literally, we just made a flip and was able to do that. So we were very successful. I'm very proud of that. There's several of the colleges here in Knoxville that still are not up and functional. They didn't make the change or weren't prepared from a software-defined ability to make that change, because if it's just works on campus, then it doesn't work.
Right.
Well, it's a change in culture, Rob, and what Mark is saying is you have to sit down and look at it and get people in front of it as you're evolving, and really find the people that are going to be the champions and proponents of that, and see that success propagate through them, through the rest of the institution, and making sure you're capitalizing on that to make sure that people are really seeing the potential and not just, this is just a policy, this is how we're doing, but this is what we can do with it.
Right.
I'm curious, Mark. I hate to keep picking your brain, but end users are the best.
Oh, that's good. I'm all for that.
What was your change management process like? You're an educational institution, so that's always, you've got some constituencies there that are averse to change. Yet you radically, it sounds like, in the course of a few years and maybe a couple years of planning in advance, sounds like within 5 years you were able to completely put your classroom technologies on the network, both the AV stuff, obviously the student stuff, and because you were operating in a virtualized environment, you had set yourself up for something you couldn't have even seen coming, which was this radical adjustment required for COVID. What was your change management process like, getting your constituent buy-in?
I'm almost afraid to answer that question, but I am being in IT, for 42 years, and so I was a certified PMI. I've been through everything, and so change management, in my mind, is your team working together. And sort of what was interesting, I was ready to go. I had everybody going, and we went to some of our upper management a week before and said, all right, I need to order 30 laptops. I need to do all this work. And so do you think, because we're going to be working from home, and they really didn't think we would, and didn't think we were going to need to be prepared that much. And I'm sure you've heard that before. So I literally went ahead and did it. I said, well, what's the worst they can do? They can fire me if we're not working. But a week after we had everybody working, at one of the executive meetings, the chancellor asked, basically, what are we going to do? And the VP of financial aid said, oh, Mark's already got everybody working from home. We started working from home today because, I just made the shift and nobody even noticed. That was the key thing. Everybody, if you can do that and it doesn't disrupt any of your, we didn't lose any students, any funding, any, classes. It's just, people working home. So, but I had been working on that sort of, if you look back at it, for a year and a half ago, we had a major outage where somebody in a fork truck crossed two fiber connections and took us down. So I said, I don't ever want to be in that position again, to have everything physically, so we, our Hyper-V systems are, I've got them split up between Pittsburgh and Nashville. So, it was available to be able to manage that through virtually and support everything.
From the consulting side and from the manufacturer side specifically, are you still getting pushback when it comes to designing or deploying product that is open source and on the network?
Yeah. Yes, on the design side, it's really having the conversations with the IT departments, and sometimes they're willing to try out some of these new technologies that we're trying to dump on their network. Sometimes we're forced to compartmentalize and put completely isolated network switches in there to govern it, with the capability that they can in the future link back to the main network when they feel more comfortable with it. But I think it's, when you're looking at those kind of things, it's really getting in front of the IT department and letting them gain that comfort, making sure that you're knowledgeable about it and you're bringing the resources to the team that speak their language and can translate some of the information that's coming from the manufacturers and from some of what the building program might be wanting to do. What do they want to do on an institutional level for collaboration and communication that is different from what the IT department is used to? Because they're going to have to, like I said before, they're going to have to take ownership of this and support it. So they have to feel comfortable with it. So how can we help spur on those discussions and make it easy for them? And give them the information to show that it's secure and that it's solid product, and looking at test cases, letting them pilot products out to test it out. I think it's really comes down to dialogue and time for comfort.
Right. How about you, Frank? Your feeling?
Well, the thing that comes to mind is the Gartner life cycle curve. And there are early adopters, and Mark sounds like an early adopter, or seasoned enough that he knows when it's safe to take a calculated risk. But he has a vision. He knew where he wanted to end up. And I suspect, as with most, director level and up IT folks, if you don't bring a credible conversation, you're not going to have a second conversation with that person.
Right.
So, if you're an AV integrator and you're wanting to move to this space in a which I think you should do, or you won't be in business in 5 years, you better have some serious networking chops on your team. You better hire, CCIE level people, because the marks of the world are going to sniff that out. And as the marks of the world enable the adoption of a paradigm shift, when it starts coming over the top of the curve and all the Me Too's come along behind the marks, they're going to look to Mark to see, who's the real players here and who's not, because all the industries, they talk to each other. We know that. And if you're late to the game on the channel side, the integrator side, the VAR side, you're really put your whole company at risk. And if you're late to the game on the customer side, you may be able to say my network never went down, my data center never went down. And well, yeah, it's because you never put it through its paces and helped deliver on the promise of what networking has been about for the last 30 years. So I don't know if that kind of answers the question.
That makes sense. It begs the question, I mean, just to be blunt, if I'm an AV integrator, I don't care whether I'm a mid-size integrator, I'm a sophisticated large integrator, which I think they're trying to solve this problem internally. But what do they need? What is specifically do they need to look for to get this ball rolling instead of just dabbling? Because from my perspective, there seems to be a lot of talk, but not a lot of action in the trenches. And I mean, obviously that's all over the place, but that seems to be generally
funny. Michael was, we started Intelligy 10 years ago now, 11 years ago. And Michael was one of the very first consultants we ever talked to. And we discussed this whole idea of, early adopters versus, not early adopters. And at large institutions, a mutual customer of ours, Los Angeles Community College District, and there are some, the 9 colleges in that district and 500,000 students, more than that, million. It's a huge system. And some of the directors of IT at some of the colleges were like, Mark, hey, let's do this. Let's lay the foundation. Others were not. And talk about change management. My God, and that's still going on, and they're adopting, Intelligy across the board. But Mark and I talked about this. The biggest challenge we had, and we still see it today at that particular customer, is, it's a public institution, it's low bid, there's, standardized procurement processes. And I'd say more than half the bids that come along are really not qualified to be winning these things,
right?
Which creates a problem for Michael, it creates a problem for us, and it creates a problem for the school. The only people who feel like, yeah, we did our job are the procurement folks, but they didn't do anybody in the value chain any favors by awarding it to the wrong entities.
Right. Who's filling that void? Anybody?
Well, the Michaels of the world and us care about the end result. So, I mean, we ultimately, as a manufacturer, have to step up and get it done.
Yeah.
Okay. And the same thing on our side. If we're sitting down and having these discussions and we're talking about paradigm shifts in direction of where the institution wants to go, we need to be kind of hold to our guns and help them, guide them through this process and make sure that they feel comfortable. And we're outlining some steps to help them get there. That involves bringing the right people to the team on these discussions, including the higher up people in IT departments, media services groups, the curriculum development, making sure that you have stakeholder buy-in throughout the whole solution so this can propagate properly,
right,
and make sure it's deployed, making sure that you're outlining steps, working with the manufacturer to understand what the parameter is that is going to be put on their network. And making sure that you're helping them through that whole process to make sure that there's a comfortable deployment. It's not just the project's done, we're done. We have to go through and kind of baby this along and make sure that we're checking in with them and making sure that they are feeling comfortable with the decision that you helped provide a direction for them. And that's part of just good client relations and making sure that they are comfortable with the solution moving forward into multiple years in, and making sure that those relationships are still there with the manufacturer and the installation groups, and making sure that the institution has a complete long-term successful deployment.
Yeah, yeah. It sounds like there's just a tremendous amount of acceptance that has to happen, and gearing up and preparation. Even though we've been doing this for a long time as an industry, it just seems like time is at hand that we just have to move and do it. One more question.
I will.
Okay.
I want to throw one thing in there before we move on that. One of the things that's interesting to hear you talk about that is that this particular implementation we're doing now, the 10 classrooms basically, is that I sat down and looked at different products and went over to UT and the Wolf Vision, and then Arthur came up and talked with us, and so we literally didn't have, there's not an AV vendor I was even willing to talk to. So, or I talked to them and they all they know is old stuff. They put, let's put a DSP, let's put this, and then you got $5,000 worth of programming in every room, and then it breaks. So I couldn't get anybody on the same page. So we're just doing it, and then we found a good company here and he said, well, why don't you buy anything from us? And I said, because I need your expertise to install it. If you learn how to do this and get authorized, with Wolf Vision and figure some of this out and move from the old school way, then we can talk about it.
Mark,
but trying to find that.
That is exactly our experience. They are very direct end user conversations. We hear what you just said every day in global major financials, global major tech, global major energy, large scale and even small size, higher ed, government. And it's funny. I'm going to go off the rails here a little bit. I own an integration company here in the San Francisco Bay Area. We were small, gourmet, 10 million a year revenue, but we did a great job. And it occurred to me back when, this is right before Cisco acquired Tandberg, and Tandberg had the big MCU company, Kodian, and it was a big deal. But the people that made all the money selling Kodian and Tandberg at the time were the ones that had the infrastructure relationship with the Mark Jones of the world, not the endpoints. And they'd let me sell hundreds of endpoints, and I couldn't figure out for the life of me why they were willing to let go of these $15,000 codecs when there was hundreds of them on a deal, because the AT&Ts of the world, it was the infrastructure. That's where the value was.
Right.
And my point is coming real quick here. The fascinating thing for me is that at the time, TMS could not do anything to tell you if the flat screen was working, if any of the peripheral equipment was working, and thereby a successful video call couldn't happen. Reciprocally, the old school AV paradigms, the big names we all know and love, couldn't do any meaningful enterprise management. And so you had to have both kind of systems in place. And that was the impetus for us starting this company, Utelligy. And
it's amazing. That is absolutely amazing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I set out to save the AV industry, for whatever sort of like weird psychosis that had. And we've kind of, I love the people in this industry. I know so many of them. But Mark, the more I hear it every day for years now, they're like, sorry. And I'm watching my friends that have these businesses that are relegating themselves to hardcore commoditized price selling, and all the values being sucked out by the consultants, the manufacturer, and the end user, that's where the value lies. And it's a tragedy to watch it unfold.
They're not in the virtual world yet. They haven't understood software. Virtual, they just hadn't got there.
Right. Yeah. It's time for some final words and some summaries if we've got any here. But it just begs the question that it's like the proverbial king has no clothes or whatever. It's so obvious in some respects, right? But we're not kind of moving wholeheartedly into it. Maybe this past 4 or 5 months will hasten all of that. But it's become obvious to me that writing on the network is very important for all kinds of good reasons. Ultimately, there's a huge value there across the board, from the manufacturer to the designer to the end user, and maybe mostly the end user. If I take away anything from this, I would say that pay more attention to that paradigm right now, and because that's what the end user wants. From everything I've seen, once a system is set up so that it can be monitored remotely and scaled easier, people are in love with that paradigm for sure. There's no doubt. Well, thank you so much, all of you, Michael Dannenberg, Frank Pelkoffer, and Mark Jones. Really a good discussion coming from the three sides of our industry. I think there was a lot said there, so I thank you very much. A reminder to everyone listening, we have 3 panel discussions every hour. I think it's the last one coming up. We invite you to stick around. Coming up next hour is an interview with our own Thomas Longlager, head of R&D for visualizer products at Wolf Vision. Tips for designing esports venues, that's an interesting one, and training facilities. And AV as a service, big topic, offerings that are attractive to business. So thank you all very much. Enjoy the rest of the show. Don't forget, we have virtual happy hour coming up at the end of today as well. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Bye. Thank you, Rob.
Thanks a lot.
Hello and welcome to the next live streaming panel discussion here at the VCX conference. I am so absolutely pleased to be joined by such an amazing group of industry professionals and thought leaders as this might be, I don't know, a panel discussion of the season for sure. I'm just honored to be here. We're going to be talking about AV as a service offerings that are attractive to businesses. And from my top left, we have Charmaine Torella, Global AV Service Partner at VCX and Chairperson of the Avixa Diversity Council. Charmaine, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so glad that you're here. Tim Albright, man needs no introduction, but founder and host of AV Nation. We have Mark Coxon, who is a brilliant mind in the industry and also the technology sales director at Tangram Interiors. We have, what? Why are you laughing?
I couldn't believe that was my intro. That's awesome. I didn't know I was a brilliant mind, but I'll take
I think
it.
you're a brilliant mind in the industry. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, good. Tom, I don't know what to say. If I don't say you're brilliant, you're going to be offended. But Tom,
I am
a brilliant mind in the industry, man who needs no introduction.
Yeah, a man who does need an introduction.
Okay. He is the director of industry outreach and media channels for NSCA, and also formerly known as Media Mogul, Media Mind, editor at large. And also we have Cindy Davis, the beloved contributing editor for AV Technology and Systems Contractor News Magazine. So we're going to have a blast. I'm Michael Lisi. I'm with Wolf Vision. And wow, what an event we've had today. So much good conversation. I can't wait to go back and watch everything I couldn't be a part of because that was another event. So let's dive right in. I'm going to kind of follow the way Tim does it because he does it so well. And we're going to do a little round table. I'm going to throw some discussions out on the table. I'm going to throw it to one of you, and then we can all attack it like wild dogs. And then we'll come out and see how things land. So talking about AV as a service offerings that are attractive to businesses. So first off, I'm going to go ahead and maybe just throw this one to Tom. What are some challenges that businesses face when managing AV technology? And the main burden I want to try and get out today is, do businesses care about our desire to offer them AV as a service offerings? And if they do care, why? Like, what can we do to make AV as a service attractive to businesses? Because we're talking a lot about it in our industry, but how many resellers have really been able to take it off the ground and make it fly? There's a lot of good value. We just got to find it. So I'll start with that one. What are some challenges that that businesses are facing right now as it pertains to AV technology?
Well, I mean, I think we're talking about it at exactly the right time, right? Because I think one of the big reasons that customers are interested in an as a service model is because of the value proposition that it offers them, right? So a lot of customers nowadays don't have that upfront capital to invest in a major project. Also, they're not really thinking about, getting the technology in the way that a traditional integration company might be thinking about selling the technology. The customer's thinking about a business outcome, right? So they're really interested in investing over a period in a solution that's going to lead them not to own, some kind of spectacular equipment with amazing features, but to deliver business metrics that they're interested in. Maybe it's traveling less. Maybe it's better customer attrition, that sort of thing. But they're interested in business metrics. And if an integrator can provide a solution that offers them good value over, let's say, 3 years. So you buy a project and it's going to last you about 3 years. But if you invest in an as a service solution and over those same 3 years, it costs only like 90% of whatever the project would have cost. And now you're also getting continual assurance of technology being updated and consistent and reliable. That's a huge value for customers. And it's a challenge for integrators to deliver it. But I mean, the value is remarkable, especially now.
You put a little Easter egg in there that somehow if you pay for it over 3 years instead of day one, it only costs you 90%.
No, I'm saying, so what I'm saying is that's one of the challenges for an integration company, right? They need to price it such that their customer can recognize that over, let's say, a 3-year period, they're going to spend less money.
Right.
That's going to be appealing to them. And that's also a challenge for an integration company. They need to make sure that, when the customer does their due diligence to really invest in the amount of money that they would spend on an as a service solution over a period of time, whether it be 3 years or 5 years or whatever it is, they need to see that value. And that's a challenge for an integration firm.
Yeah, and so with VCX and Tangram, I mean, Charmaine, I'd like to toss this over to you, and then I want to go to Mark and see what are your thoughts on this, and then I want to go over to Tim and Cindy.
Well, AV as a service is very relevant, especially now, right, with COVID-19 and the situation at hand. What you have is a lot of organizations that were going to go ahead with projects and expansion, and now they have to rethink the budget, right, because of what kind of financial pitfalls they experience. So AV as a service comes in handy for that, helps them manage through the remainder of this year, and helps them with pretty much assessing and planning a better budget for 2021 based on how the AV LAN platform is going to look next year. So yeah.
That's two. So Tom says we can maybe save some money. You're mentioning that they can start to more flexibly budget based on service instead of upfront capital investment. Mark?
Yeah, it's OpEx over CapEx basically. So they're not taking that capital expenditure. They're losing that capital expenditure that they would use to integrate a room. They're using an integrator to manage it all for them, which is utilizing less of their resources. So another thing that's happening is now with this situation, they're probably going to have to do furloughs, right? They've already furloughed people. They have lots of a technology staff. Right now, they're going to have to lean on a partner that can do it all in one, do the integration, bundle the integration with the service for 3 years, all in one, manage it for them, manage any of the fixes along the way at the end of that contract. Also say, okay, we can upgrade to this and here's the renewal. And that takes a lot of burden off organizations and their team, because a lot of the teams and the shared services department, they're managing a lot of different parts of the technology for their organization, right?
Yeah, so you added to what Tom said, but you both have echoed the same thought, that it's not just the hardware. You're getting everything in a pretty bow. So the service, the installation, the programming support, everything they're going to need to get them through the next 3 years in a very kind of turbulent, economy and business environment, they can kind of make that a monthly payment. Okay, the next 36 months, I'm going to devote this much to my technology, and I know I'm going to be able to get what I need, and then I'm going to go focus on something else, and I'm not going to spend my capital on the front end.
Right. So the tangible and the intangible benefit, right? The intangible benefit, I'll focus on something else, repurpose my team on other things that we need to do and should be doing because I'm taking care of this right now. So yeah.
Good. Mark, what would you add to that? Anything?
Yeah, I'm going to yes and on what was there. I mean, obviously turning this into an operational cost and delivering the service is a huge advantage of the two. I will say that I don't think that that's what differentiates AV as a service from other things, though, because we've had leases that could turn purchases into an OpEx expenditure. We've had managed service contracts for a long time in the industry where if somebody wants to do an outsourced model for tech help, they can do that. And those two things in themselves, although they could be part of a bigger AV as a service plan, I don't believe really make AV as a service what it is. And I think, when we look at our opportunities for AV as a service, we have to look at, some type of flexibility in the system itself, and then some type of consumption-based model, right? Because as what has happened over the last few years, we talk about COVID and all these things, but our last few years in AV, if we've been paying attention, have been building the tools that make AV as a service finally possible. Virtualization is one of those things, all the cloud-based opportunities we have now for things like our codecs and our conferences. The other thing that's being virtualized, we're seeing things like DSP that used to be tied to a box being virtualized. We're seeing control systems be virtualized where you can run, a Docker container on a server that talks to anything on the network and now controls from there. And you don't have to buy, a black box control system for every single room that's working for 3 minutes to turn on the system in that whole day. Why not have some computer somewhere that has tons of processing power, parallel processing power, that can light up all those different rooms through the network. The virtualization and the ability of everything to become an endpoint on the network makes our AV systems infinitely flexible. And then this is where we can, the reason it's cheaper isn't because we come up with some weird way to finance it or any of those type of things over time. The reason it should be cheaper is because we're not buying a one for one every single room. We're buying a one for how many instances of a meeting are going to be running at this given time. You know, and I heard somebody one time liken it to video, like the voice over IP. We know I could have 200 lines, but at any given time, 30 calls are only going in the business. Why am I going to buy 30 licenses? Why am I going to buy 100 licenses? I only need 30. Right. So if we're paying attention as an industry, where the other place we can add value and where we can actually make this cheaper without having to get some weird, you know, deal from a manufacturer or any of these kind of things, is we take advantage of this virtualization. And part of that may be even us looking at a data center type model where we actually stack these boxes that are doing these instances in a co-located center somewhere, and we serve those services from our infrastructure. So it might be, you might see AV companies, the smart ones, start to develop infrastructure that they sell to all their clients and leverage across campuses.
You got me. I wish I could have been in the last one about software-defined AV, because, you know, Zoom, what is Zoom? I mean, all this collaboration is a server sitting in Google Farms somewhere, and we're all just using the software, and we're paying for play, and we're engaging a software that's, you know, there's an applet on our computer, but most of the hosting and all the bridging is in the cloud. And you got to think like, what else could we do that's collaborative like this, that enriches this experience, makes it cooler, better, faster, more real, more interactive, but it's a service and you're just paying for it, and you're engaging it through the internet, but it sits in the cloud. I mean, it's kind of what you're talking about, but you're almost talking about, you know, doing the same thing, but on-prem. So if you had your own Zoom-ish product that sits on a network and lets people consume what they need, and maybe you only pay for what you use, something like that.
That's called, the tricky term for that, Michael, is called private cloud. They call that private now, which is just the new way to say on-prem.
Yes, sorry, private cloud. It sounds like
and just to interject a little bit, so AV as a service, yes, is all those things, but it's so much more. So that's the other thing we have to look at also. It's not just the Zoom, colos and data servers. There's other ways to provide AV as a service. When people say, what is AV as a service? I say, what do you need it to be? You know, you can pretty much, and that's the truth. It's not something that's specifically coined into these particular areas. AV as a service now could be meeting support. It can be streaming services. There is AI that's tying into that now. It's really, you know, blossoming into something much bigger than we even anticipate.
With everybody worried about whether everyone working from home is actually working, like I could see AV services kind of like productivity monitoring. Like, are you actually doing stuff? Like, are you using the collaborative tools to get something done? All right, Tim, I'll toss to you. What else can you contribute there? But I'm still asking, and I may be asking this on behalf of our audience. I know we think these might be valuable reasons to the business. Have you had businesses coming to you saying, I need to find a way to get technology, and I need to keep the capital in my bank, and I want one throat to choke, and I don't want to babysit this? Are you hearing this from a lot of customers? Yeah.
The integrators we're talking to, they are having to educate their customers, right? Because the current business client, and we'll break it up here into a couple different categories. One is you know, Fortune 500 corporate America, right? The other one is going to be education. The other one is government. Government's not touching this right now with a 10-foot pole because of certain requirements for monitoring and getting it outside of their network, which always makes the government nervous. All right, so let's take that off the table and put it over here. If somebody really smart figures out a way to do that without tunneling into the DoD, then they can make, you know, a whole lot of money. Education and corporate then is what you've got. You've got folks who have been used to doing networking as a service for a long time, and we've talked about the coming together of AV and IT, and how, you know, AV as a service is just another iteration of IT. It is. However, you have an entire customer base who is used to, you know, getting their network, their servers as a service or whatever for years. but they don't realize that we can do it with AV. So there's the education part first and foremost. Hey guys, this is possible, right? You take the RFP and you look at the RFP and the request for proposal, and you put together, and Charmaine puts it together, and holy cow, it's a $3 million AV system. So she has a choice at that point. She can simply respond to the RFP and give them a proposal, or she can do a step further, which is, yes, this is $3 million. I understand that. However, it could be X amount of dollars per year instead of you've got the CapEx. You've obviously already gone through the budgeting process, education wise. You pass the bonds or whatever you need to do on that end. You've got the capital. What if we flipped that though and made it an operational expense, and then they educate the client? So they're already looking for a solution, right? They've got the business reason. They know they've got a problem to solve, but the way that we're solving it as an industry needs to change, and part of that step is educating them that that's even possible.
Yeah, I agree. I think you nailed that one, Cindy.
Oh, this conversation's been great. I did an interview just last week with higher ed who opted to not do AV as a service and bought a huge amount of endpoints for the classrooms because they did not want to have licensing fees. They wanted to know exactly what they were buying, and I can only guess is that the integrator didn't know how to pitch it, or actually didn't even know the model.
Yes and no. I'll say for the education sector, which is kind of a little different, the education sector usually tends to bring in their own AV people for the most part. So they do prefer to just buy it and figure it out and use that staff to, do whatever. And they're not always so apt to looking at, doing that AV as a service. We'll buy it. This is the budget we're given. Great. We have this team. You guys, that's it. So it's for the higher ed guys. Normally, that's kind of what they would do. Not always into that AV as a service model because they have those people in there.
I want to throw in one more to contribute, though. I mean, my own reasoning, I think, is if you look at how many organizations end up cutting funding for projects and then not having what they need because they never got the commitment and the buy-in on the front end. So, I mean, I've worked with so many colleges and universities and businesses where, you get the phone call, and we're not salespeople trying to get people to buy stuff. We're working with somebody on a project, and we've spent time because they were planning on doing something, and then all of a sudden they go, oh, CFO decided we just can't, we're not going to do it. It's going to get pushed off. We can't. Or how much complaining have we heard from technology managers saying, I don't have the tools I need. I got stuff that's dying on the vine. I got projectors that are out of date. I got displays. I got VGA cables in half my meeting spaces, and there's no money to fix it. And it's like, well, why is there no money to fix it? Why wasn't that budgeted in? Everything's done as I need money today. Why don't we go do something? And if you make a commitment over the next 3 to 5 years, at least the funding to accomplish what you need from a technology perspective will be there. It doesn't have to be a constantly beg mom and dad to fund my next room or get this next projector. If you move into that model and you systematize your updates and your technology management, then suddenly I think you can actually create a lot more just continuity, like business continuity from a technology perspective. Would you agree?
I was going to jump in here for a second, Michael, because the question, like you asked him if he had customers asking for this, and I mean, unfortunately, multitasking here. I wrote some article maybe as a service a couple years ago, and during that, I was starting to get emails from customers, and I can't say who this gentleman is specifically, but somebody works for a federal government, and was talking about AV as a service themselves, had contacted me on this and said, AV as a service leveraging true network protocols, Ethernet level 3, and hanging AV over as just another service on my network that exists everywhere, I'm in. You know, they're talking about this, and they see what we are afraid to admit as an industry. And I want to read this part because this is how customers see us and why they want to see this. He said, this requires a tremendous amount of flexibility when looking at and providing the best possible, most cost-effective solution. The only way to reach this type of AV as a service, in my opinion, is a huge disruption, since AV design firms, AV integrators, and AV manufacturers are very satisfied with the current build the empire monster control system, complex audio and video routing systems.
He said that live
And in the
on
room,
the stream.
and in the room, installed a touch panel that typically requires an IT AV person to navigate. For me, I want my users to walk into a room, see a simple device that looks a lot like what they have at home. And this is somebody that runs hundreds of AV environments. They are begging for this. But our business models as integrators, in many ways, we are manufacturer driven. We have a specific relationship with this manufacturer where we can make 50 points selling this black box that we know they can't shop on Google. And that's what we want to lead with. And that's what we put in our engineers toolbox and the training we send them to. And we say, we don't care what the customer wants. But at some point, the IT world is going to say, if AV is just an endpoint on the network and we're distributing data over the network and nobody else is offering this, why don't we take it? And
Well,
this has been coming for a while.
I'm tongue in cheek about this though, because your comments are taboo for the industry.
Okay,
Like, oh, he's
but
challenging.
he just said something.
That is norm.
Go ahead, Charmaine.
No, I was just laughing.
Okay.
It's so true. It's very true. So I came from the IT world originally. And what I've learned 10 years into the AV world, 20 years in the tech sector total, is that AV runs from project, and most of my clients that follow me runs from project to project, widget to widget. They're always using the same guys over and over again. No imagination. I need to have you first stop talking to me about how many projects, how many widgets. Second, start talking about my roadmap. Look at me as an enterprise and try to fix my problems there instead of how many rooms, how many items you can sell me. Basically, talk to the right people. That's the other problem with the AV world also. Not everyone that you talk to makes the decision for that service. AV as a service can be held in the IT director's, lap, or the multimedia director, CTO's lap, not just the AV guy that most of us talk to person. They don't hold that decision. You have to also engage with the right decision makers. And we don't do that enough. And we also don't talk the right language for a service solution. We're not looking at it that way. So we have to change that. I see Marcus smiling like from ear to ear. It's like, so you must agree.
Well, I mean, the conversation about software defined, if only we were more software defined already. Because, software developers, when they go meet with a customer, they don't start with, let me show you my custom software that doesn't exist yet. They start with, what are you trying to do? We can build something, but what is the workflow? What is the means? I mean, what are you trying to accomplish? And then maybe we can talk about designing something. But that, like you said, Charmaine, that's not how we've done it with AV. We go in and say, I'll do a shootout. I'll show you. Why don't you come to my showroom and I'll show you a bunch of stuff. Maybe something will shine and you'll like it. You'll buy it. Okay, I'm gonna toss this is what I was saying, and I didn't want to disrupt the conversation, Tim, but got off on a panel discussion with Joey D'Angelo, Randy Tritz, Craig Park. Basically, they unanimously said, pretty much, that though maybe 20% of their projects are still, an AV system of some kind, 80% of their projects, and it's accelerating away, are just a computer managed by the end user's IT department, or it's software. This is where they're going to spend their money. They're going to move toward more Zoom type stuff, and Joey said emphatically, and they're perfectly happy buying and installing their own NUCs, their own computers, whatever, Lenovo servers or whatever, and they're done with playing the game of, having to, discuss why they don't want a massive rack in their conference rooms anymore. They're just done with. They're over it. They're looking at, and Joey said the number one thing he's designing into his projects right now is USB extenders. That's where his line drawings are USB extenders. So, okay, how does AV as a service get built around customers buying computers, AV extenders, and USB peripherals? And we're going to build a model around that.
So something that Mark
amongst
said,
themselves.
he mentioned the fact that a lot of the tech companies now are already kind of going down this road. It's an endpoint, right? 20 years ago, and I'll let whichever company wants to fight this out, because there's two or three of them that can make the claim that they had the first RJ45 on the back of a device, right? I'm not going to get in that fight. They can have that fight over there on the virtual show floor of InfoComm. But roughly 20 years ago was a bit when we started to see that, right? And it was everything from monitoring to doing software, firmware updates, and you could configure it with this. And now we are here today where you have legitimately systems where you can ingest audio and video signals onto the network. You can manipulate those signals on the network. Mark mentioned the fact that you have DSPs and control systems, on the cloud, and you can deliver them to a display device on the network. That gets rid of one of the most centerpiece, one of the keystones of a legacy AV system, and that's the matrix switch. Okay. It gets rid of the scaling switch. It gives whichever piece of equipment, whichever one you think you needed, you now no longer need. Now these have become endpoints, and the delivery mechanism is the network. And who owns and who controls that network? Not us. Right? Now, we can have a conversation about creating our own private networks, and that's absolutely viable, and especially when we get into AV over IP, which is not this session. However, with 10 gig networks, and they will eventually get there, these devices are nothing more than network appliances, right? Yes, it's a camera. Yes, it's a computer. Yes, it's a DVD player, some sort of media player, but it's a network appliance. And to Google and to Apple and to not Facebook, but Amazon, they know how that system works. That's what they do. So they're going to start coming to InfoComm, which they already have, in case you haven't noticed, right? And they're going to start getting into these systems. And just in case y'all forgot, Google is one of the biggest enterprise suppliers to the corporate network because of things like the G Suite, and so is Microsoft. And so they're already in your customers' arsenal, right? They're there. They're in the network. Now all they have to do is go, okay, by the way, we can also do this. And flip up a switch on a Microsoft server or a Dell server, and suddenly they have AV as a service with all these different endpoints.
So you bring up 2 points. So the one thought is that then if they are going to own the software, they are most appropriately prone to build all kinds of rich integration into whatever hardware is left standing. Right? But if we're starting from the hardware side, but we don't own the software, it's much harder for us to build the integration. For example, take Zoom, right? So Zoom has the software, and then all of a sudden all these Zoom boxes show up and everyone's trying to write to Zoom's API. Which is the head and which is the tail? The software is leading the charge. The hardware is being built around it, and we're trying to tie into Zoom's API, but Zoom has the keys. They're driving because they've got the software. Well, okay, what does that mean then, Tim? When you're saying Microsoft, Google, Apple, Netflix for business, or I don't know, these massive software companies are the ones running the software, and they're trying to press into the AV space. So are we going to expect AV endpoints, network endpoints, to sort of be trying to develop into that ecosystem?
Well, I'm sorry, just to jump in on that. So Microsoft, Google, these companies, and Apple, let's take Microsoft and Apple. For the most part, Apple doesn't really focus on developing their products for commercial, right? They let the commercial world R&D it, figure out how they're going to tie into their, use their API, tie into it, and they get someone else outsourced to integrate that. Microsoft, similar, they don't do the integration themselves. They have the people who know how to tie that network into, as Tim said, it's a device. It's an IP address. That's how they look at it. It's just an IP address. They speak to IP. And so that's on the AV side where we have to catch up. The train is running out of the station. We have to learn how to talk in IP, talk HTML. Talk, C#. We have to get that resource. Again, if you're going to do it, you have to be outfitted. You have to have the expertise on, in your resource pool, someone who can do network configuration, someone who can do that kind of programming. There are AV companies out there, mine, not to, pop the collar, but can do that.
Do it. Go for it. It's open, Mike.
Listen, Barracks, we pop the collar. We can do it.
Right on.
We can do it. We have the resources inside that can do network configuration, but you have to have that in order to be there and be there at the same time that the Microsoft and the Google guys are there. If you're having those conversations deep with the right people in the organization, the right IT decision makers alongside with Microsoft, you can do one of two things. You either lead that conversation or just be a part of it so you won't miss out. Yep. And that's the key.
I'll say too, and I'm gonna bump something over to Tom here. I'm gonna play moderator for a minute, Michael.
Thank you.
With this too, I think the other thing you have to realize is if we get in this IT endpoint model, guess what IT margins are? I used to work for IBM. If we made 3 to 5 points on a PC or a laptop, single digits. Which integrators are set up for single digit margins on hardware? And who actually knows what it costs to roll a truck to site? Or who just makes sure they have enough money in the bank after charging 40, 50, 60 points on hardware to pay their technicians, and they think they're running a good business that way. This is where this becomes a very interesting thing, because if we're really going to develop AV as a service, we have to be better at running our businesses and knowing what it actually costs us to deliver service in order to price that in a way that we stay alive. Tom, NSCA, great organization you deal with. How are you seeing this within your own members, like knowledge share and stuff, to help build these new business models going forward that would support this as a thing in the first place?
Well, it's funny, Mark, because as whether we're talking about like conferences at in the industry, or we're talking about like industry publications, we've been talking for years about how important it is for companies to make this transition to more of a service-based revenue model. But when you look at the research that NSCA does, with Commercial Integrator, State of the Industry report that we team with them on, not many companies are doing a very significant amount of business on any kind of service, not just as a service, but any kind of managed service or service contracts. Actually, I have data. So like 70% of integrators do less than 10% of their business on a recurring basis. Only about 10% do more than a third of their business on a recurring basis. So these are service contracts. So no, as much as we talk about this, it's not happening as much as one would think from attending conferences and reading industry publications. So I've been listening to you guys do a really good job of explaining, like how the mindset is shifting. And the thing I keep thinking about is like, if I talk to my kids about watching a show, when I describe it, like I'll use a term like, oh, watching TV or watching a TV show. But when they think about like consuming a show or something like that, they're not really associating it with like what I'm associating it with. They're not associating it with a TV or like a cable system or something like that. They're thinking about how they get things a lot differently. And I feel like the AV integration market thinks about how they're delivering solutions to customers differently than how customers think that they're going to receive the solutions or the business outcome. They're not thinking at all about like buying a product or watching TV. You know what I mean? They're thinking about it much differently. And there's a huge pivot point that the industry has to make in order to get on the same page with their customers and be able to solve those business outcomes that they need.
Are we going to make it? I mean, I like to take cues from the other industries: security, telephony, networking. I mean, you see what's going on in other industries, and then it eventually shows up to us, right? Well, what happened with the voice over IP industry? Not every company that was a PBX that was selling phone systems could offer a voice over IP service. But there were some companies that got it. They understood the idea of like pre-provisioning endpoints and drop shipping stuff to customers and having after-hours support and after-hours phone forwarding service. and they built a service model around leasing and financing and, you know, making everything a monthly payment. Then what happened is those companies who got it went to all the other telephone companies and said, I'll make you a deal. You become a reseller for me. You go sell my service to your customers, and I'll take care of it and I'll run it, and then you just make money. And that's kind of what happened. But not every service provider, actually only a small number of them, could get into the game, because in the telephony market, you know, there was a lot more related to like guaranteed access to good, you know, network, and there was a lot of software on the back end, and it just the typical telephony integrator was like, I don't get all that stuff. I install phone systems and handsets and punch blocks. You know, I don't get it. I wonder if that's what we're dealing with, because Tom, I think you're totally right. I don't think the majority of us really are thinking the same way the end user is thinking, if we want to even try and have something compelling yet. And I don't know if we're going to be able to. I mean, when I say we, the collective we, industry-wise.
I mean, I think the collective AV industry right now, there's no choice. There's not a lot of options. We're gonna have to, right? As the customers, the organizations, they're driving us there right now. That's what's happening. It's always the market will drive you there, and it's really driving AV there faster than it's ready for to go there.
I don't think we're going to get a chance. I don't think we have to. I don't think we're going to get a chance. Here's my thought. I think, like Mark brought out, this IT industry, who already gets this, and the telephony industry, who's been suffering because they were selling video conferencing products. Those are now all virtualized in software. So there's other industries that already understand this model, who are making a lot less margin than we are, who've seen the products they were selling evaporating into software, and they need to replace that with other products and other offerings. And they look at our AV stuff, these new collaboration devices and web conferencing appliances at 20, 30 points of margin, and they're drooling. And they're like, I could build a service around that in a heartbeat. I've been doing this for 20 years.
And yeah, they drool. Listen, there's a lot of those IT guys that drooled over that 5-6 years ago and try to go down the line of AV. So here's where they hurt. AV's knowledge is not as formalized as IT. AV, most of your experience and knowledge is in the field, in the hands. It's a trade. IT, there have been a lot, I won't name them, but there have been IT companies that try to say, oh yeah, we can do this. And they couldn't. And that's when customers will call the AV person in to try to fix it, because like, oh, look what he did. Look what they did. They said this, it doesn't work. It doesn't really work, because it's not for them also, you know, to do it in reverse. They're not speaking the right language. They don't have the right resources. Or they tried, I know some IT companies tried to build this partner list. Oh yeah, we do AV, and then we're going to use one of these partners that we vetted out. How does an IT company figure out the proper AV partner to vet out if they've never done AV before, right? So they have a similar issue. They're drooling and they're failing, and a lot of them are dropping that AV side, or either acquiring an AV company or merging with an AV company, or taking on AV departments or a small company and dropping it in their company and making it a department of their company. So that's how they're going after it. They're revamping it, recalibrating how they're doing that now. But
do you think AV as an endpoint changes that? Do you think as the AV becomes just a box, that they're going to come back stronger?
My thought, and I'll let Charmaine answer too. My thought on that is that as we reduce the amount of components and the amount of things that we have to stack together to deliver AV in a space, the less those problems come up. HDMI issues that you had to sort through, or when there were, AEC or audio issues in a room, or any of those things, we had to stack things together. We need a mixer, we need some kind of DSP, we need those things. Then it was hard for IT to deliver that. I think as we get to where we only need 4 things, and I keep saying this, so I'll say it again in case nobody heard me. We need 4 things in a room for AV. That's it. We need a camera to collect video. We need a microphone to collect audio. We need a speaker to play audio. We need some type of display device to show video. Those are the only 4 things that have to be in a room anymore. And many times they're built into one thing, just like right here. It's built into your laptop on your desk during this call. And in a larger room with a community, maybe it's built into 2 or 3 devices. But as those devices become consolidated as there are less and less interconnections between them, and as the only thing to navigate, like Joey D'Angelo said, is how you're going to get the USB over there, then is it more of an IT-centric service that they don't fall on their face? And do we need to be ahead of that curve before they figure out that it got easier and they could go do it again? That's my thought. But
well, and I agree with you, Mark, but here's the thing also. That complex room system will never go away, depending on organization. If it's financial, pharma, if you have a client that has a broadcast studio, they're going to need those spaces, auditoriums, those types of spaces will always exist. So it will be, for the most part, for the everyday knowledge worker, it's going to be maybe 4 devices. But when you're talking about organizations that have their conference rooms that have all the bells and whistles, the financial industry, that's what they do. They have to have those big spaces, divisible, breakdown, training. They're always going to have it. Pharma, certain organizations, they're not going to get away from that. So when it comes to the IT playing in that, you're still going to need AV. You're still going to need an AV provider that can still do those things, because the IT side will not be able to do those types of rooms successfully. It's still there.
Cindy, since you talk to a lot of folks, I'm playing moderator again, Michael, sorry.
Good,
Cindy, since you talk to a lot of folks, and I will definitely say, Charmaine, that's 100% right. There are always going to be these spaces, especially event spaces and large spaces, where we have this complicated interplay. What percentage, do you know, Cindy, what percentage of our market is, like integrators doing conference rooms versus these big spaces? Because I could see that happening, but does that mean that we're now all fighting for a pie that's half as big?
Oh, I think you are fighting for a pie that's less than half as big. Because a lot of the big conference rooms are going out. I think, Charmaine's certainly right that there's always going to be the organizations that want those, but I think there are fewer and fewer that are spending the money on these massive conference rooms. I mean, financial, of course. I mean, there will always be those. But I'm definitely seeing more of, I want standardization. And that's really where the whole IT side comes in. So I kind of wonder if the model is going to be IT does all of the 4 device rooms, and you have specialized AV integrators that do the big stuff, and they're separate.
Arenas.
I think they're going to be separate.
Auditoriums. Yeah, but that's a shrinking piece of the pie for AV. And I mean, we're a little off topic, but when we're saying what would be attractive to businesses, I think we're realizing that other industries or other like cousin related companies like IT industry, telephony, they're almost a little bit more properly suited to scratch that itch. I mean, when I've tried to position like our Wolf Vision products, all-in-one network AV devices. That's exactly what we're talking about. I go to integrators and I say, hey, this is great. You can pre-provision it, you can drop ship it, you can plug it into power data and network, and you can remotely manage it for your customer, and it gets rid of all these technical issues that you normally have to worry about. And why don't you build an AV service around this? And they say, I don't have a call center. I don't have anyone on call. My customer doesn't want to give me any access to their network. The IT company that sells them IT stuff can see everything on the network they want, but not me. I don't even have, a strategy for getting on the network. I don't have a place to store passwords for getting on people's networks. I don't have a place to store any information about their company.
And do you want to know why?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Go back to Mark's end user comment, because we don't know how to do that yet, right? And they don't trust us to do that yet, because we sell them a $50,000 room when it should be 2, because we sell them a 15-inch touch panel when all they need is the ability to plug in a laptop and it auto senses and automatically starts the system, or it's an occupancy sensor, right? There's this over design and oversell that we have gotten used to, because 20, 30 years ago, absolutely, that's what it took, but today it doesn't, right? And a lot of us have got to relearn what it means to really give the customer what they want.
And to Charmaine's point earlier, like if you don't speak the language, you're not going to, when you do get in the room with that IT person, you're not going to build the trust if you don't know the way they speak and their concerns. I mean, Charmaine's group building their IT department out is one of the smartest things you could do at this point, is have people that can be in that room. And salespeople need to be okay inviting other people in and letting or being humble enough to say, you know what, we have experts that do that. Instead of me faking my way through it in this meeting and destroying all chance of us working together, let me call in the people that we have in the organization that do this for a living.
So we've basically run out of time on the panel, and I feel like we've ended on such a low note, like we're never going to get to business. But how about this? How about let's end on a high note. How about we'll go around and each one can share, briefly, less than 30 seconds, how do we move on from here? What can we do to move on from here? Where should we focus our effort? Should we go for it and get better and stronger and more able-bodied in this matter of service? Or should we focus our energies other places? Well, we'll start with you, Tim.
CCNA. Go get your CCNA, right? Go get your certifications at other IT firms and learn. They literally do learn. And if it's not your position to learn, encourage your company to learn.
Right on. Cindy?
I think knowledge is great. Go get those certifications, but partnering. I mean, there's IT folks out there that are seeing this piece of the pie that want to get that partner. I think, what Mark said earlier, it's like, I don't do that. That's not my area of expertise. Someone does that. Partner with those people and build a stronger organization.
I love that. That's like the top takeaway, because you could do that fast. You could get in the game immediately by partnering with the right company. That's awesome. Tom?
I want to go negative before going positive, if that's okay.
Go for it.
This whole COVID-19, pandemic has been, crushing for so many businesses. But one thing that could be taken away from it is that when companies have their backs pushed against the wall, that's a good time to, really find out what you're capable of in terms of reinventing your business. And, integration firms probably know that when they come out of this, they're going to have a different looking type of company. Well, it might as well be a different looking type of company that earns recurring revenue and has better customer retention and really dives into some of these issues.
I feel like from the Breakfast Club, when he walks out and throws the fist bump, like, right on, Tom, I love it.
Nice.
Okay, Mark.
I kind of posted this on Twitter. The best time to rebuild is in the off season, right? Like this may be the perfect, like Tom said, the perfect opportunity to do that. So I like that takeaway. My takeaway for everybody is just have better business conversations. How well do you know a company's needs by looking at their floor plan and their reflected ceiling plan? You have no clue what they do as a business. And so if you could start to develop those relationships, I know what you do as a business. I know the day-to-day problems your employees are having connecting their humanness to space through the technology in their pocket or their bag. Then all of a sudden you become somebody that's more of a partner that people are willing to talk to about how to solve a problem, as opposed to throwing your line card at them when you walk in the door.
Right on. And Charmaine?
Wow, a lot of takeaways, all better than mine. But the one thing I could say is learn how to understand a company's roadmap, right? What's their technology roadmap, their collaboration strategy, their unified collaboration, unified communications, very huge. Most companies have one. And if you talk on that level, that will get you in there. If you're talking, and don't talk on that level to just help them direct you and give you hints as to what you should do. You should be the one directing that conversation. And it's on a different level. It's on a different technology decision maker. You have to be able to understand their roadmap on an enterprise level. That's very important in order for you to get in there.
Absolutely amazing. I love how just transparent and raw the conversation was. Like, it's kind of there's been a lot of flowery speech about AV as a service, but we just really tore the roof right off this thing and looked inside. That was amazing. So first of all, thank you to our special guests. You have been absolutely fantastic. Thank you for sharing your insight and wisdom with us. And for our audience here at the VCX conference, we thank you for enjoying such an awesome day of conversation and panel discussions with us. all of these live stream sessions are getting converted into on-demand video for you to go and consume. It's all going to be sitting here in the VCX conference portal for the next few months. So highly recommend you check that content out. Also check out our virtual booth tour. And then starting right now, in about 10 minutes, we're going to begin our virtual happy hour, and we're going to start our tailgate party for InfoComm 2020 Connected over Zoom. So dive in, find something to drink. I'm at a college, so all I can get is a Pepsi, but find something. Let's hang out a little bit and unwind and get ready for tomorrow. Thank you for joining. I'm Michael Lisi. On behalf of my hosts, have a great rest of the afternoon.